to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Morning, boys and girls. Ready to rock and roll on a hump day. It is Wednesday, and obviously we're on a little earlier than normal. Always appreciate all of you tuning in. Thank you. As we get ready for a little Slomans inside the paint. Yes, sir. So we've got Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro coming your way at the top of the hour. So they will talk all things Miami Heat and NBA for all of you. I love all the drama going on with the NBA, and it's going to be a lot of fun because obviously this season things start to change for the South Florida sports fan all over the world. They have never had a show that has constant basketball reports. Next week we will add Anthony Chang. So you'll have basketball talk all throughout the week. Then on top of all of that, we're going to be going this summer. I believe it's July 7th through the 17th is the NBA Summer League. And we're going to be broadcasting out there at Tommy Rockers. So where we will be for the NFL draft, we're also going to be there for the NBA Summer League. So any of you that are going out there, you can go by Tommy Rockers also. So we're going to kind of Vegas is going to be a home away from home for us. And we're going to be able to do a lot of those kind of things, things that you don't get from any kind of South Florida sports outlet. You're not going to get the kind of travel that we're going to do and covering all the events. Now that the sponsorship is growing every single day, it will allow us, next year, you're going to see if it depends on the logistics of the off season, but if the NFLPA, the East-West Shrine, and the Senior Bowl can separate themselves a little bit, like by a week, we will go to all three of them next year. Okay? Guaranteed. You know what I mean? So next year, it's East-West, it's Senior Bowl, maybe NFLPA also. I might do NFLPA because NFLPA and East-West are both on the West Coast. And so you kind of kill two birds with one stone. And then also the Pro Bowl's there in Vegas. Not that I care about the game, but the interviews and all that kind of stuff might be interesting. So that might be something else also that we're going to cover next year. All of these things are going to start to, as we now build the audience and the budget and obviously our enormous sponsors that we have, like Slomans. So it's all good. It's fun to watch it develop the way it has developed. And so we'll be able to do all of those things. So it'll be cool this summer that I'm sitting there in the NBA Summer League, something that nobody's ever done, to go cover it. You know what I mean? And that's because the NBA offseason is it's like the NFL offseason. It's enormous, actually. So it's going to be a lot of fun that we're going to be able to cover everything from beginning to end, and that's pretty cool that we get to do that. So we got the Slomans Inside the Paint program coming up at the top of the hour as Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro will get ready. We're also going to have George Richards on to talk a little Okie. Remember, next week, big week, man. Next week, we're adding George Richards and David Dwork as our insiders. Actually, the week after next for them. They're on the 15th. Next week, we will add Anthony Chang, and then the following week, we will add George Richards and David Dwork. So we will have insiders in most of the sports that are going to be permanently on here throughout the week. You'll have NBA and basketball reports every day. You'll have NFL reports every day. So that's kind of what we're working on. And we're working on the same thing with the Canes also. I can't say who we're adding yet because it hasn't been finalized and everything, you know what I mean? But we already have 2 other people for the Canes that are going to join us also throughout the week. It's not just going to be only Manny, you know what I mean? That's, we want to spread it out and make sure we give you as much coverage as possible. So when you tune in every day, you're going to go, I got a Heat report. I got a Dolphins report. I got a Canes report every single day. And to me, that's very important, obviously, because those are the top 3 things. Heat, Dolphins, and Canes are the priorities in this town. Oh, that's the way it's been for many, many years. So that's kind of the trajectory that we're headed in to kind of give you all of that. You know what I'm saying? So we'll be working on all of that. And then obviously we've added the Panthers, who, it's funny because they're the best team in town, actually. As good as the Heat are, the Panthers probably are the better shot at winning the Stanley Cup than the Heat playing for winning the NBA Finals. Although I wouldn't be surprised if the Heat and the Panthers are both playing for the finals, and who knows, man? Crazier things have happened, but there's no doubt that our winner teams are the ones that are doing it right, and I'll tell you this, to see Mickey Harrison make his first decision, Pat Riley, and then just sail on right from there. And to watch everything that's gone on with the Panthers, and you see what's going on with the Marlins, and you can't find stability. And if you don't have your Harrison, you don't have stability. And Viola and Sifu have been that stability. And they have done what the Heat organization has done. They're making the investment, kind of like a lot of us that are into crypto. You're not making the investment for 4 months from now. You're making the investment for 4 to 5 years from now is when you're going to be sitting back laughing your ass off. And that's kind of the way it is with the Heat, the Panthers. These are things that don't come naturally to us like football. So the owner has to make an incredible investment and then has to sit back and wait for the returns. And it took a while for us to become a basketball town that is crazed about basketball during the season and in the off season. Why the hell do you think we're going to the NBA Summer League this year? That's because the off season has as much drama or more than the regular season, and we're on that bandwagon. The Panthers are doing that now with everything they're doing over at War Memorial and all the commitments they made to their players. And now you have a generation of kids that are growing up with a Barkov and a Huberdeau, just like they grew up, with a Wade. That's incredibly important, so it's really nice to see that the Panthers are on that trajectory of the Heat of finding their footing the right way. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. Looks like Ira, did I catch him with his glasses? That's the question. There he is. Good morning, gentlemen. Don't you feel that Viola and Sifu have kind of followed that path of the Miami Heat, and they've kind of put everything in place, and they're patient enough to kind of wait for the returns? And I think this year with the deep playoff run, the returns start to come in big next year for them.
I'm gonna disagree on one level, Big O.
Damn it.
And that's because the Heat have also had front office stability and coaching stability. The
Amen.
Panthers still need to get there. And everyone's forgetting the Panthers have an interim head coach. So when you talk about the Heat front office, you've been talking about Pat Riley and Andy Ellisberg for a quarter century. You've been talking about Eric Spoelstra for more than a decade. You just don't jump there. You don't jump from point A to point Z right away. The Panthers have to continue this. This is nice. Remember, this was Dale Talon's team 2 years ago. This was Dale is going to save the world. So I think there's a little bit of a difference there. I think you need to see
although Zito has put his imprint on it because it was a soft ass team. Zito came in and toughened them up right away. He found their ills and fixed them right away, and even added a Duclair and Reinhardt and stuff. And I got to give the guy credit. While he
But-
picked
but-
up
but
something from somebody else,
Let
he
me
added a lot.
see a coach who's there for more than 2 years. I mean,
I got you.
You can't have a coaching carousel and also talk about stability. So
But you can't blame him for the Coach Q stuff that happened, dude. He was supposed to be here for a long time. He was here for a couple of years already.
Right.
He was going to be here for a while. We didn't know about the past, dude. I mean, I can't blame the Panthers for something freakish like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but also,
Yeah,
I
think to Ira's point, it's, the early returns are good, and I think it feels different. It does definitely feel different. I give them a ton of credit, but when we're going to talk about stability, you got to see stability first, and it's just it's not there yet. So
but
want to see.
what I'm saying is the Panthers are the only team in town, not the Dolphins, not the baseball team, of course, but they're the only ones that have kind of come close to trying to build it like the Heat in a way, with the other investments that they're making also into the community, what they've made in the investments that they've made into their players long term. I'm just saying that it seems to me that Viola and Sifu at least are doing things the right way, and I think that's why the trajectory is this way for the Panthers. That's all I'm saying.
I hope so. And I again, like I said, I think this feels different. Unfortunately, we all know that the playoffs are what's going to determine how we feel about all of this. And because if they lose again in the first round, or even honestly, even the second round, it's going to be, oh, here we go again. And we got our hopes up and all that good feeling about what they're doing, because they are doing a bunch of great stuff in the community, but people want to see a winner. The Dolphins do fantastic stuff in the community all the time. Fans are still frustrated because they can't get a winner. And ultimately, as much as we like to make this about all the good stuff off the field, off the ice, off the court, which that's the important stuff in life, fans want to see winning.
Well, boys, the Heat put on a show against the Bulls. What do you got on deck for the next hour?
Clay,
so I want to talk to Ira and get an update on all the guys who are out. I want to see what we're hearing on Kyle Lowry. What are we hearing on Victor Oladipo? I know we had that report that he can come back next week. And this is the gauntlet coming up, man. This is, and the first test was passed. Although I think the Heat, for whatever reason, we talk about matchups all the time. They match up well with the Bulls. I want to see these next 3 games and how the Heat come out on the other end of this.
All right, there we go. Get ready, baby. The Sloman's Inside the Paint program. It is next.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What's up, guys? Is that a compliment, Ira, that nobody talks NBA and Heat basketball like you and me, or is that an insult?
You know what? Yeah, like it doesn't say no one talks it best. No one talks it more accurately. No one talks it. We just talk it. They talk like us because no one else except here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show gives you a full hour without those 20-minute commercial breaks. We are here. We are raw. We are real. And honestly, Clay, because you probably saw this circulating yesterday, unlike people who just throw any crap against the wall and come out and say Victor Oladipo's not on the Heat injury report, the world is changing. We also check our facts and make sure we get stuff right. So yeah, I am proud of the work we've done here. And we give you a nice home security system also. What's wrong? What can be bad with that?
So we got a lot of stuff to talk about. I mean, this is kind of the week that we've had circled on our calendar, to steal an old phrase, where you're playing the Bulls, the Bucks tonight. Ira's in beautiful Milwaukee, I assume, with that beautiful hotel backdrop behind you. Then you got the Nets, and then you got the 76ers. I mean, this is really, as far as regular season weeks go, I mean, this is it. It's your measuring stick, whatever you want to call it. I want to start off the top, though. You mentioned Victor Oladipo in that report yesterday. I feel like there was just some people making too much out of maybe an omission. But what are you hearing on the report that we heard last week that he could be back by next week, as in this week coming up next week? And what are you hearing on where he stands right now?
You know what? It's the same thing that Anthony Chang of the Miami Herald and myself have been reporting for a while now. You see this cluster on the Heat schedule. I don't know if you have a color-coded one or not at home on your refrigerator, but the Heat play 11 of 12 games in March at home. There is no better time to bring a player back and to acclimate him when you have your own training facilities, when you have ample practice time, which they've never had during the course of the season. So it always made sense. And it's always been a sense of 6 weeks is sort of the takeoff point in the NBA for positioning, for getting yourself ready, for getting what Eric Spoelstra might say to be your best self. So it always made sense after this trip, after this brutal back-to-back they have coming up here, Milwaukee, then Brooklyn tomorrow, and then Philadelphia at home. You exhale a little. You have games against the Rockets. You have games against the Pistons, not to denigrate what they've done or not done. So it always made sense that would be the time. You have days off between those games, not as many back-to-backs. So yeah, I think it makes sense. I think that's why they sent him to Sioux Falls the second time for more 5-on-5. I mean, the Heat don't have 5-on-5. I can't recall the last time that they have had a situation where they've had 10 guys on the court going hard against each other. Between injuries and COVID and just older players, it doesn't happen. So it makes sense now to go in this direction.
All right, guys, make sure to smash the like button for us. That does us a huge favor, and we love for you to drive this show. So drop your questions, your comments in the chat. By the way, I agree on more nationally televised games. This Heat team is fun, and I think you're getting to the point where they have enough names to where, look, you're not talking about elite superstar names yet, but there are enough to get them on national TV a little bit more, although we love watching the stuff on Valley Sports Sun as well. So Kyle Lowry, what are you hearing on Lowry? Is this a situation similar to his previous absence where they're basically just saying, look, we're not going to update you on anything until he's back, and we're not even going to ask questions until he's ready to come back?
I mean, this is the same situation as last time, and it's a family matter. And again, Clay, it is something that you and I and Big O and anyone out there listening or watching would take time off from work also. Life happens, and life is happening right now, and Kyle has to step away and deal with something far more serious. And I know to the fans it seems dire because obviously the playoffs are 6 weeks away. Obviously, Kyle is one of the big three, or the way Tyler Hero is playing big four. But the Heat have survived, I think, 9-5 with Gabe Vincent starting in place of Kyle Lowry. It's made it easier to do the old take all the time you need. And this also goes to what you really were the first one on this with Bam when he had the knee problem. And you said, look, the thumb injury was not ideal, but it let him rest the knee. He came back a different player. I think in this case, you're looking at maybe a 35-year-old player. If he does have to step away and does miss some time right now, it's only going to keep him fresher for the games that matter. So yes, this is not a case of Kyle just walking out on his teammates. This is the same real-life situation that anyone would step away from any work to tend to, and that's what it is.
And it's funny you mentioned the Bam situation, and I think his role changes a bit with Kyle out too, because Gabe Vincent, even though he's taking on Kyle Lowry's role in the starting lineup, he's not a true point guard in the sense of the word. He's more of a scorer. So it allows Bam to kind of go back to being, and by the way, Bam's been really aggressive with the ball in his hands attacking the basket too, which has been, you could make a legitimate case for him being player of the month in the Eastern Conference for February. But
except for someone who's arriving on Saturday named Joel Embiid, who statistically has been superior in every single column. But other than that, I agree.
Second best player of the month. No, but I mean, the point is he's played really, really well. And I think with Kyle Lowry out, he can go back to kind of being a little bit more of the point center, point five. I liked how John Calipari coined the term point center a couple of years ago when we talked to him about this. Now, I don't think that's where this team is best, but I think that with Kyle Lowry out, you find a nice ceiling with Bam in that point center role and Gabe Vincent being able to do what he does best, which is shoot the ball and score. So they found like this nice kind of niche role for as long as Kyle Lowry is out. So I want to look ahead to the games coming up. And, obviously the big back-to-back starting tonight, the game coming up this weekend, where you're measuring stick games. And you like that you're going into this in first place and being 2 games up. But I want to talk about the team that the Heat beat on Monday night. And, this is one of those classic cases of styles make fights. And for whatever reason this year, and even when the Heat had guys out earlier in the year, they were able to go to Chicago and win a game there. But I saw something in that game on Monday night that I thought it kind of goes back to what you were saying last week, where Eric Spoelstra will go into a lab when he has some extra time and come up with these little nuances, little twists on things that he does. And you could see this come playoff time. Jimmy Butler spent part of that first half, especially guarding Vucevic. And they had Bam Adebayo at different stretches guarding Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. So when you're looking at this Heat team and what's going to make them so dangerous come playoff time is the ability to switch elite defenders onto really, really good offensive players. And it really doesn't matter the position, especially if you're going to get Victor Oladipo back. You could see a world where, man, if you take on Brooklyn, again, PJ Tucker loves going up against Kevin Durant. And as well, Kevin Durant's going to beat anybody, but their back and forth is fun to watch.
Right.
When you have a full, healthy Heat team, you have one of those rare teams that you can roll out a number of these defenders against elite offensive players and really kind of throw a wrench into what the other team's game plan was. And I really think that hurt what Chicago was planning to do early in that game. And there was a trickle-down effect as the game went on.
And Clay, it's also a case of matchup make fights, we always talk about. And it is so fascinating with the Eastern Conference being so fluid right now, how you can see a path for the Heat to the NBA Finals, pretty reasonable. And you can also see a path that's really dangerous. In other words, I could give you Nets in the first round, Bucks in the second round, Sixers in the East Finals, and you're like, uh-oh. Or I can give you Hawks in the first round, maybe the Celtics in the second round and the Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's all about how this is going to shake out. I don't think it will be choosable. I don't think in the last week of the season, if you're playing for 1 or 2, first of all, you never know who's 7 or 8. To fill people back in on the play-in, since anyone who's a Lakers fan has to know that also, maybe not a Knicks fan, after the season is over, the regular season on April 10th, the number 7 and number 8 team in the conference, the number 7 hosts the number 8. The winner of that game is the number 7 seed. The loser of that game sits out for a while. While that's going on, the 9 and 10 play. Number 10 plays at number 9. The winner of that game plays the loser of 7-8 in a one-game showdown. So when you're playing for 1 or 2, like I think the Heat will be, you don't know who 7 or 8 are going to be until the end of that week, that Thursday, maybe 2 days before you start the playoffs. So the Heat can't jockey for 1 or 2 saying, we want to avoid Brooklyn because Kyrie's playing home games now, because KD is back, because Ben Simmons is finally back in the mix also. You just don't know. It could as likely be at number 7 being Toronto, tough Heat matchup. It could possibly be Boston. It could be Atlanta. So when you're playing for 1 or 2, you're going in blind. Maybe if you're playing at number 3, maybe if Philadelphia, Milwaukee, or Chicago, 2 of those 3 pass the Heat, then you might say, okay, we know that Boston or Toronto are locked in and go from there. So I think the play-in system has kept a lot more teams involved, but it's also prevented teams in the top from sort of picking their matchups. I almost wish it could be like it's been in the G League at times, where you get to draft your opponent. Of course, that makes other teams mad when you meet them down the road, but I always thought that was fascinating.
Yeah, I think that anger of being picked probably goes away in like 5 minutes. Like the other team might start on a 10-2 run in game 1, and then after that it's over. Daniel, I agree with you on Lowry. He has an interesting question about next year. We've hinted at this for a while. I think you've talked about it relative to making moves in the offseason and how you might look at the future. But PJ Tucker, and what his contract looks like next year, is he a must re-sign based on where the salary structure of this team is? Because how it's currently constructed, it's hard to see how this team can hit a ceiling without him. So is he a must re-sign, or is it one of those where you kind of let him test the waters a little bit and you may look to even upgrade with a higher profile, almost like a star caliber player at that spot?
It's sort of a case, Clay, of can he be re-signed? Because if you're going to be over the cap and you're going to be limited in your options, PJ Tucker has a player option, I believe $7.4 million. I believe the Heat, because of rules, a returning player can bump him up to about $8.4 million for the 22-23 season, can build him a nice 3-year package, $30 million. We're not bad for a player at 36 years old. So whether that's enough, whether the Heat want to go out years, but if he wants a 1-year payoff, if he wants to take someone's full mid-level at $11 million or $15 million in cap space, the Heat can't go there. And if the Heat give him the full mid-level, they can't give it to Caleb Martin. Now, I'm not saying that Caleb Martin is more valuable than PJ Tucker, but he could have more value down the road if you're building a multi-year contract. So it's, one thing I've always find fascinating, players fall in love with their teams. We've seen this a lot, and they still leave. Jay Crowder loved the Heat. Mm-hmm. He felt reborn when he went to those NBA finals. It was everything he ever wanted after all those years in Dallas and Cleveland and Boston and Utah and Memphis and bouncing around the league. And he still left for the money. PJ Tucker reminds me a lot of Jay Crowder, that whole mood. Jay Crowder, the end before they had the COVID stoppage and then the bubble, could not be more effusive about the players in the locker room, his teammates, and Bam and Jimmy and Eric Spoelstra, and he still wound up leaving. So I think at the end of the day, money still talks. And I think when you're a 36-year-old player going on 37, and you might get a last bite at the apple when you've not made a ton of money relative to the NBA, I think it's going to be interesting. Then Spoelstra has to say to himself, could I try the Yurtseven and Bam combination and play big at the 4-5? Or if Victor Oladipo comes back, can I try small ball and play Jimmy a little more at the 4? So Eric Spoelstra is going to be in his lab with his analytics people crunching those numbers, and PJ Tucker's agent's going to gauge the market. Yeah, I think this could be Jay Crowder 2.0. The player loves the team loves the players, and a lot of times, like in marriage, the money gets in the way.
Well, and look, it would be PJ Tucker 2.0 because he did the same thing after leaving Milwaukee last year. And look, none of us, we would all do the same thing. I would do the same thing. Ira, I've gotten to know you. I think you would do the same thing because it's you, as you get older and you have a family, you have an obligation to your family. Sure. And it's not just your wife, your kids, even if you're not married. I mean, you're talking about having to support a large support structure in your family. So you understand that side of it. It doesn't change your feelings towards the organization. But look, Jay Crowder was an integral part, not just of the Heat, but also the Phoenix Suns team last year that went to the NBA Finals. And frankly, the team that I think is the favorite to win it all again this year. I think that Phoenix team is fantastic. When I say again, I mean, get back there, but I think they win it this year, unlike they did last year. So you understand that side of it. The other side of it is, some of the names that you've seen mentioned linked to the Heat, they're gonna cost money, and it's not just going to be, hey, you trade out one contract and bring in another. It hamstrings you with what you're going to be able to do. So if you start to hear names like Bradley Beal, I mean, we heard Brandon Ingram for a while. I mean, there could be any number of directions.
You know what? I'm going to give you a name to give people perspective. There was a point going into free agency when we thought a certain I'm going to give you a little clues here. I know we're getting up to the break. Who everyone thought was washed, was in the Western Conference on a go-nowhere team. They thought he had aged out and might be a mid-level player. Any clue who I'm thinking about?
What position?
He's playing small forward now, but he's been a guard most of his career. Give you the clues here.
Player.
Western Conference last year, came to the Eastern Conference. I'll make it really easy. And was at FTX Arena on Monday.
Oh, yeah, DeMar DeRozan. Yeah.
People last year at this time, if we were doing our Sloman's, home security inside the paint show in July and August.
People talking about him taking the exception.
Yes, no, that's what I'm getting. People going, well, the Heat could do all this and then get DeRozan for the mid-level. Well, DeMar DeRozan showed, remember when he got that Chicago contract and people said, what the hell are the Bulls thinking? All that money to Lonzo Ball, all that money to DeMar DeRozan, they're a bunch of nitwits. And it worked out perfectly. So a lot of times we sit here in February and March and April and we say, well, there's always this cheap option. No, that cheap option ultimately winds up getting his market value, and DeMar DeRozan became a value contract for the Chicago Bulls. So don't cast aside the Caleb Martins and the PJ Tuckers and say to yourself, well, there's always player X, Y, and Z. At the end of the day, player X, Y, and Z tend to get taken care of also. That's why there's a salary cap. That's why they try to distribute things evenly. So you can't just get all these mid-level guys you think you can. And the market bore that out. And DeMar DeRozan certainly has shown whatever dollar Chicago spent were dollars well spent.
And let me add one more to that. I mean, to go along the lines of like, hey, you have to do things within the structure of the salary cap, et cetera, et cetera. Look what's happening to the Lakers right now. And I mean, if they're not showing the importance of having those guys on either mid-level contract, role players matter so much, man. And look, I'm not somebody that goes back and says, oh, I told you so, whatever, because I probably wrong a lot more than I'm right. The Russell Westbrook thing never made sense there at all. You can't just throw in stars and expect it to work.
And they could have had CJ McCollum for less, and he would have been the shooter that he needed. So LeBron's not pulling the trigger on 28-foot three-pointers. You're absolutely right, Clay.
Yeah, and so don't underestimate that. And this to bring it full circle and go back to the question, you can't necessarily underestimate the value of the PJ Tucker when you're talking about, hey, mixing, matching salaries, bringing in a star. That might matter. It's just that the Heat may not be able to, based on where they are cap-wise, because other teams may be offering more. Some other great questions, great comments. We're going to get to them after the break. Plus, we're going to preview the big games coming up starting tonight in Milwaukee. Is this a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals? Is tomorrow night a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals? Is Saturday night? Are none of them? We'll get to all that next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. A big week for the Miami Heat, already starting off on a high note, being the Chicago Bulls on Monday night. Getting some of your questions here before we get to the previews.
Did you disconnect? You're on the other side now.
I'm on the other side? No.
You moved over.
Was I? Oh, no, I didn't disconnect. I walked out of the room to get some more coffee. Maybe they got rid of me and got scared that
that's your better side. That's your better side. Yeah.
It's my good side. I found your bad side. It's not so much finding my good side, it's finding your bad side and making you look bad. Please make sure to hit that like button. That does us a big favor. Daniel says Jay became a hot shooter with the Heat. Felt like he was a streaky shooter before that. And I think part of this is players like Jay Crowder are much better. They're professionals, and they're much better when they're surrounded by other pros because guys are where they're supposed to be. And so it's amazing the difference when somebody is off by just a little bit, Ira. Like if somebody is not in the right spot, we've seen this before with teams where guys get out of position and then some of these pros that are used to finding a spot, all of a sudden that spot isn't where they're used to having it.
Yeah. And again, it's just a matter of, it's all about fit anyway, Clay. And it's always been about fit in the first place anyway. So I think what you're seeing right now is, you're finally seeing pieces that absolutely fit together. And I think that's made a big difference also in the way this has come together versus previous renditions of the Heat. I'm just curious, and this is something, I know I'm getting tangential here a little bit. We've still only seen the core group together. I think it's 16 or 17 games. Clay, do you think we've seen enough of Lowry, Adebayo, Butler, and Hero, the core four, I guess I would call them now, instead of a big three, that you feel totally comfortable about who the Heat are and also what ancillary pieces they need to add in there?
I do. I am. And it was because it clicked so quickly when the season started. That's when I was like, you know what? These guys, they're pros. They know where they're supposed to be. I think where you run into trouble sometimes when it comes to chemistry, it's not that certain guys aren't pros, but when you're fitting in guys who are younger, there are certain things to be learned as far as finding spots on the floor and where certain guys are comfortable. And we've said this before, it's not a coincidence that when Bam Adebayo comes back on the floor, all of a sudden Duncan Robinson plays better. And to a certain extent, vice versa.
That's a good point.
There are two guys who know the spots the other guy is comfortable with. So with this group, I saw enough early on to where I was like, you know what? Just get healthy for the playoffs. They're going to be fine. And I also think there's going to be enough time, and you mentioned this last week, and I thought it was a really good point. There's going to be enough time between that last game of the regular season and when you play your first playoff game, where everybody's going to go into the lab. Spo's going to go in there with his assistants. They're going to come up with these crazy plans, and they're going to go out there on the practice floor, and they're going to implement them. And there's going to be enough time during those practice runs to where guys are able to kind of come around and get used to each other once again, while also figuring out what those new and crazy wrinkles that the first round opponent's going to have to figure out as well. Chase says Dedmon, Strus, all gems. Yeah, I mean, Caleb Martin, we were talking about this before the break. It's finding the right fit of players and finding the right role players. If you go back to that Heat Lakers series in the bubble, I mean, LeBron was great. Anthony Davis was great. But guys like Alex Caruso, like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope was unstoppable at points in that game. I mean, those are the guys who your stars are going to be your stars, and they need to be your stars on your run. But you need the supporting cast to play well. It's not a coincidence, man, that when LeBron started to get disenchanted down here was when Mike Miller was let go. I mean, those are the types of guys, which is ironic that now LeBron, if indeed LeBron is the GM of the Lakers, all of a sudden when that deal was made, these role players who were so important, Montrezl Harrell, Kyle Kuzma, guys who were so important to that Lakers championship team are all of a sudden sent out east, and you bring in somebody like Russell Westbrook. So bottom line here, it all matters. It's really important.
And I'll give you another name. A name we didn't mention because he wasn't part of that trade was Alex Caruso.
Huge.
Right. And, we laughed last year. And I know that's what he really emerged as part of that mix. But what he did, that again, when Chicago gave that money, people are like, what are you kidding for a guy like that? And as a matter of fact, if you had to ask me to sort of do comparison players, I would say the Heat's Alex Caruso is Caleb Martin, for example. Does a lot of the hustle kind of stuff, keeps you going, energizes, especially when he plays as a reserve. So when you're talking about reconfiguring this Heat team or upgrading this Heat team, whatever you want to do, no one's ever happy how things are, even when you win a championship. I get that from fans. That's sort of the Caleb Martin role, that you could lose your Alex Caruso. And when the Lakers lost Alex Caruso, the thought was, well, at that kind of money, he's not worth it. And yet you see so many times right now when they're playing Reeves or someone else there, when they're just desperate to get some sort of energy, how much that matters. Yes, this is a stars league. The Heat will go as far as Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero will take them. But there will be moments when even those four players will need other guys to support them.
Yes.
And you see that also. So yes, you're only playing 8-9 players maximum, maybe even 7 players in the playoffs, but you better surround with quality at every single spot. The Heat did that with LeBron when he was here. They got him Birdman. They got him Battier. They got him Ray Allen. They got him Mike Miller. They were constantly looking for something else a little bit more. The Lakers are the opposite. They've kept, sort of taking players away, stripping players from LeBron. You wind up in a situation now where how crazy is it where LeBron says we just have to get back on track so we can make the play-in, not the playoffs. It's almost like, what was that? Was it Jim Mora? Play-in? We're talking play-in? It's crazy.
I love how your voice got high, just like Jim Mora did too. Being an old school Saints guy, even though he was with the Colts at that point, always brings back good memories. So this week, Ira, you won that game on Monday night, and I said this on the Sunday night show, and I was like, man, did I really just put my foot in my mouth? But I said, look, that game on against Chicago is the easiest game of the week, despite the fact that they're at the time second in the standings, still are, but 2 games back now. That was your easy game this week, mostly because of the matchups. It's not because Chicago isn't a good team. You could see them play one of these other teams. We're talking about styles making fights and beat them in the first round, a team that may match up better with Miami. So as far as the Heat are constructed, I think these next 3 games are the tougher ones, starting tonight against Milwaukee. And how do you see this one playing out, given who is going to be able to play for the Heat and who's not going to be able to play, namely Kyle Lowry?
I think Milwaukee realizes now that they're a couple of games back in the standings, that the tiebreaker could and probably will matter to some degree in multi-team ties there at the top of the East. The Heat's up 2-1 in the season series. This is really important for Milwaukee. This is basically a 2-game swing for the Heat. If they win this game, they move up another game on the Bucks in the East, and they clinch the tiebreaker. I think the Bucks realize that. They've been uneven lately. And again, I still think they want to make statements against the Heat. So I think this will be a challenge. And it's interesting because I know everyone's going, well, this is a Giannis Antetokounmpo game. And yet it's Chris Middleton who has killed the Heat over the years. And at the end of a game, Giannis is Giannis. We saw, over the weekend, had a last chance for a last shot against the Nets, wound up missing. He's not the guy you want taking that. So in moments of truth, it very well could be Chris Middleton. Again, without Kyle Lowry, you lose that defensive matchup against Drew Holiday. You're not 100%. Gabe Vincent's done a nice job. So I'd probably say advantage Milwaukee because of their building, because of their desperation, and because the Heat are the team that are shorthanded. I know they don't have Connaughton. They're without him. They're without Brook Lopez, who's been a factor. But I do wonder the way they treated Bam with such a lack of respect in last year's sweep in the finals, where Brook Lopez said, do whatever the hell you want. We don't think you're good enough. I hope that sticks with Bam. And this incredible role that he's on, I hope we could show it again that, hey, ignore me at your own peril, but I am not the Bam Adebayo you saw last May. I'm an aggressive, take it at you, take it to you, Bam Adebayo. So it might take the best of Bam to make this game something, where the Heat can come out with a W.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because I remember being there opening night and seeing Bam just destroy Milwaukee early in that game and being like, oh, he remembers. Yes. He remembers first round of last year. So you're right. I mean, and we see Bam when he's got the chip on his shoulder. Man, he did it against Popovich last week. I mean, he remembers. He does not forget this sort of thing. Like he latches on to disrespect. And I remember it was a Zach Lowe piece where he was kind of doing a long form profile on Bam. And he talked about how Bam was out to dinner with Karl Anthony Towns, and then a mutual friend / I think former assistant coach, maybe from Kentucky. And the coach was like giving Bam a hard time because they were about to play Minnesota coming up the next night, giving Bam a hard time, like, it's all right, man. You can't guard Cat. Like, it's okay. You're not there yet. And he said Bam, like, had this clenched fist and, like, his foot started tapping. And the next side, he went out and absolutely annihilated Cat. Like, he just gets these and you
need to see it again. And you know what, Clay? This is the first night of a back-to-back. So generally, if you want to get one, you want to get this one because you're going to get into Brooklyn pretty late overnight. That's a tough matchup. You're losing an hour. Tonight's an 8 o'clock Eastern start. Tomorrow's 7:30. So you're getting caught in a time crunch also. And everyone is expecting Kevin Durant to be back tomorrow for the Nets. So this might be the one of this 2-game swing that might be a little more prioritized in the Heat's view.
And Ben Simmons is not expected to play, right? He's
not for a while. They want to get past that March 10th game in Philadelphia. They don't want to have an excuse of, Ben can't make it today. As much as Goran was booed yesterday when he went back to Toronto, it'll be that, like Eric Spoelstra would say, 10x in Philadelphia. He does not need in his mental state to come back for that. So I think when Brooklyn comes down to Miami the end of the month, there's a back-to-back. The Heat play Knicks on Friday, Nets on Saturday. I think you'll see the full contingent of Nets. Tomorrow in Brooklyn, no Kyrie. Still, they're loosening the vaccine mandate, but slowly and not in Kyrie's situation. So it'll be mostly KD, but mostly KD has shown over the years he is very capable of winning games on his own.
Yeah, and watch Goran go out there and score 30. So going back to what we were saying about tonight, though, I thought you brought up a good point. I want to circle back to it really quickly. The Heat always find a plan for Giannis, and look, Giannis is great. I mean, he's going to find a way to get his. But when you look at his shooting percentage relative to the rest of the league when he plays the Heat find ways to get him uncomfortable. It's Chris Middleton. It's also Drew Holiday. I mean, those are the two guys that scare me the most. And you mentioned Middleton. I'm going to go towards Holiday because of the other factor that you mentioned, that Kyle Lowry's out. It's going to be really hard. And look, we've all been very pleasantly surprised and impressed by Gabe Vincent. He's not Kyle Lowry when it comes to going up against somebody like a Drew Holiday. And Drew Holiday is one of these guys that you talk to everybody else throughout the league. You talk to other stars, and he is still, I think, viewed as one of the most underrated players in the NBA and one of those guys who elevates his team. So all that to say, if this is a game that the Bucks are truly treating as a desperation type game, the Heat are going to have to come out and match that. And you're going to have to find a way to mitigate what Holiday and Chris Middleton do, in addition to building that wall that Giannis has had trouble with in the past. So let's get past that and go look ahead to tomorrow again. You mentioned that Kevin Durant finds ways to do it by himself because he's just that good of a player. However, PJ Tucker seems to take these things personally with the two of them. They're friends. PJ Tucker has a great relationship with KD's mom. I mean, there's this old school friend. So if you can find a way to let PJ Tucker, just in KD's maybe his first game back, find a way to, you can find a way to where the rest of that roster could win this game. But it's finding a way to slow down Kevin Durant if indeed he does play. It's one of those things, Ira, that's so much easier said than done.
And KD after a month or so on you. So it's a matter of what's left of the Nets after that, whether it's Goran, whether it's Patty Mills, whether there's enough there to give him, the remaining 45 at least or so points will be interesting. Again, no Kyrie, so it's different. But again, the Nets you see tomorrow are not the Nets you're going to see in the playoffs. It's just a matter of where does Brooklyn fall. And the thing is, the bottom of the East, as much as we're talking, Clay, all season about the East being competitive, the bottom of the East is pretty terrible. And we're starting to get a pretty good sense of the 5 teams that are not going to make it to the playoffs. We know Detroit won't. We know Orlando won't. We know that Indiana won't. It sure as heck looks like right now that the Knicks won't. So it's only going to take one more team to fall out of the mix definitively, probably Charlotte. And then you're at least going to have the puncher's chance. So again, explaining the play-in. Let's say the Brooklyn Nets wind up 10th. Fine. As long as they beat number 9, Washington, then all they have to do is wind up beating the loser of, say, an Atlanta game against Toronto to wind up getting a playoff spot. Also doable. So I think the Nets, in some form, will be a playoff team. just because the bottom of the East is that bad. Unless Charlotte refines their way, you sort of see 5 teams that aren't even close.
C makes a comment. Why does that Milwaukee hotel room look like a jail?
You know, I didn't open the back window because it's so damn cold out there and slushy and snowy. And also, and this is true, we go a little earlier here because sometimes for home games, Clay has to get to shoot around. It's also 8 o'clock in the morning here, not 9 o'clock. So this is Ira literally running to the screen, testing the microphone, making sure I have enough lighting in front of me, which is always key. I have my little ring light there and good to go and the rest. And also, whenever I'm in a hotel room, I got to make sure that this thing is turned the right way so you don't see the unmade bed behind me. So I'm just glad I'm on the air right now.
I mean, I was going to ask if maybe the Rangers lost a game or something that I missed.
Last two, and we're not talking about that.
You went and destroyed something and ended up getting thrown into a cell, and they're letting you come on TV or on this stream. So comment about Duncan Robinson. They asked, do you think he'll be better come playoff time when the game slows down a little bit? With Duncan, I just feel like is the ball going in? And I know that sounds just so simple. And now I will say, since Bam has come back, I think you've seen more consistency from him. Now that's relative to what he was before, because he still had some struggles. Mm-hmm. And you wrote about this, Ira, really quickly before we hit the break. Is he the Heat's most polarizing player? Just kind of a breakdown of what you said there and maybe how you projected.
Yeah, it just, and I meant on social media. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a player that fans either want to be a reserve or not in the rotation at all. And he's polarizing because of who's behind him, because you have Max Strus come off the bench with a nice game the other day. Because, again, if Victor Oladipo comes back, there's not room maybe for a Caleb Martin or a Gabe Vincent. So this isn't all on Duncan Robinson. This is all praise be to the other guys who've stepped up. So, like, I use this name, and I know for maybe more recent Heat fans that don't understand, but I say the Luke Babbitt role. Luke Babbitt twice was with the Heat, would play the first 5 minutes of each half, see if he's hitting shots, not play again. It could be that. But when Eric Spoelstra has time to game plan, he game plans for every specific element of his rotation. And I think in the playoffs, he'll say, well, Team X defends this way, so we'll play style Y to counter that. I think he can make Duncan a more consistent player through game plan in the playoffs. So maybe that's when you see the uptick and the consistency again.
All right, we got a lot more to talk about in the last segment of the show, including Philadelphia. James Harden all of a sudden reborn, and they're championship contenders, or are they? We're going to talk about that and get your questions and comments coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What's up, guys? Home stretch here on Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman in his jail-looking hotel room in Milwaukee.
They just slid breakfast under the door, so I'm very happy. You know what? Sometimes, the sausage biscuit can be enough. So thank you, Warden.
Oh, I thought it was going to be bread and water, going to old school Shawshank Redemption. All right, so we talked about the Brooklyn game and the Milwaukee game because those are the first two. Philadelphia is so intriguing to me, and it's because, look, I kind of felt like you'd have this honeymoon period, which we've already seen because we saw it in Brooklyn with James Harden. And I feel like this is kind of James Harden's MO, is like things were all roses and sunshine early on. And he's somebody who is so talented that he can go in somewhere and do what he did last year in Brooklyn and what I think he's going to do, at least for the early stretch here in Philadelphia, which is kind of play more of a point guard role. And he's somebody who he's so good with the ball in his hands, and he's such a good passer and really smart. The thing that I find interesting with Harden, and Zach Lowe did a deep dive on this a couple of weeks ago, he's somebody who is terrible down the stretch of games. I mean, when you talk about, we've talked about Jimmy Butler struggling with making shots down the stretch. Harden is downright awful. And so when you get to these moments of truth where your playoff games are going to be decided largely by one possession, it's going to be Joel Embiid. Like if you're Philadelphia, if you're Doc Rivers and you're trying to draw up a play late in games, based on James Harden's track record, you got to throw everything at Joel Embiid. And if James Harden finds a way to beat you, then you tip your cap. But I feel like this is one of these things, Ira, and see if you're with me on this. There's going to be this honeymoon period, and Philadelphia may come down here and win this game against Miami. I'm less bullish on them come playoff time when those moments of truth hit and you have to figure out who's going to get the ball. And if it is Harden, his track record says it ain't going to be very good.
No, and that's the thing. We've never seen this before. Harden in Oklahoma City with Steven Adams. Harden when he had a center in Houston with Clint Capella, was a role guy, was not a dynamic scorer. Certainly the Nets didn't have anything close to a center when he went there. But just like we've spoken all along here about these final 6 weeks of the season, then the exhale and the inhale to get ready for the playoffs, that's when you game plan. So right now, no one is game planning. You can't game plan saying dominant scorer like Harden, dominant big man like Embiid, because you're going game to game. And that's the only time you're going to face. That's the only time that he faced it this week. Let's look at the center combinations right now. God bless Vucevic for what he is in DeRozan, but it's not Harden and Embiid. It's not that physical style. That's not the same. Tonight in Milwaukee, they play Giannis as the primary big man. There's no dynamic as much as Middleton could be that there's not that. Tomorrow, certainly in Brooklyn, there's not that. So in the regular season, you play into the other team's hands to a degree just because you don't game plan. Playoffs are different. The problem with having a center as your go-to guy, and this has been the problem over the years, even when the Lakers were debating Kobe and Shaq, you have to get the ball in your center's hands. You can't, he doesn't start the possession. He's not advancing the ball and deciding what to do. So if you can cut that off, the entry pass into the center, if you can have him catching the ball farther out than he wants, you can mitigate that a little. There are very few teams. I don't know if there's really been any team over the years that has had its center as its go-to scorer, even Kareem, with the unstoppable sky hook. You had to get him the ball on the block for him then to go to work. Magic was great at that. So, of course, it worked then. They had a Hall of Fame, maybe the all-time best point guard. So I am curious if Philadelphia has to cast Joel Embiid as go-to guy, can they actually get a playbook and a way of doing that? You know the Heat are going to wall him off. You know they're going to front him. You know they're going to make it hard. And you certainly don't want that pass tipped away and the play to end right there. So, Clay, I think it's interesting. As much as Joel Embiid might arguably and probably still is their best player, certainly an MVP candidate, starting with the center, unless he's a Jokic kind of player operating off the elbow, I think is a little bit difficult. I am curious. And let's face it, if you talk to me about James Harden struggling in the playoffs, Doc Rivers, except for that one championship in Boston, hardly has a great playoff resume also. Hell, his team can get up 3-0 and you still don't know what's going to happen.
JP says that hotel room does look like a hospital room or a prison cell. He's right. Yeah, and look, I still think that was a great trade for Houston or for Philadelphia.
Right.
Thinking Daryl Morey again for Philadelphia because you trade away a player who wasn't going to play for you. So you bring in Harden and like you're upgrading just because you're bringing in a really, really good player who is actually going to be on the floor. And I'm not surprised at all that it's working early and they look really good right now. But I also think that, man, we talked about the importance of role players early. They're going to miss Seth Curry. Like,
yeah.
I think
I was absolutely thinking about him just when you said that. Yeah, I watched him last night play for the Nets, and you could see how he could be a late game scorer. He had a great driving layup there toward the end of that game to keep him in there. A playoff proven shooter and scorer at the end for that kick out when you do double. So I agree. They gave up something tangible in that trade. Not Drummond, probably not Simmons because we don't know what he is. But I do think they'll miss Seth Curry. That was a huge trade they made a year ago when they traded Josh Richardson for Seth Curry. Yes. And even I was questioning, I'm going, but Josh is a complete player. He's a defender. And Seth Curry is by far emerged as the superior player. Josh has been moved on since then, twice. So you could see the difference. So, yeah, I mean, yes, I like Maxey. I like Tybal. I think they're nice emerging young players. Are they Game 7 players? That's what we'll see.
Yeah, and with Maxey, I'm a huge fan, but he's also a guy who has to have the ball in his hands to be extremely effective. And if you're adding a James Harden, that's where, we talk about the Russell Westbrook thing and not working in LA. When you add another ball-dominant player, it can stymie the growth of a young player who needs the ball in his hands to get there. And so, yeah, I really like some of the pieces on Philadelphia. It's just come playoff time, do you trust them to all come together? And the other thing, we were talking about the Heat being able to roll out these defenders against a Brooklyn and even potentially a Boston who has given Miami trouble in the past. But you're assuming you get Victor Oladipo back, you got a lot of defenders you can roll out at Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Same thing applies if you're going against Philadelphia. You don't feel bad if you have to switch an Oladipo onto a Harden. If you have to switch, if you're playing Jimmy Butler, Victor Oladipo, Kyle Lowry, Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, I mean, that's a lineup where there's nobody who scares you as far as a matchup goes. I mean, Kevin Durant's a phenomenal player. He has the matchup advantage over literally anybody. However, the Heat are built better to match up with teams like that. So if you play a Philadelphia in the playoffs, you're not as concerned down the stretch. But to your point, we're talking about a potential playoff series. I'm not talking about Saturday night. Saturday night, I could easily see this honeymoon period extending, especially if Kyle Lowry is still out, in Philadelphia coming down here and winning this game, despite the fact that it's a big game for Miami as well.
Yeah, and again, the one thing is we're lining up teams that are tough matchups for the Heat. I might even have Boston among the top right there in the playoffs. But if you're talking about singular players, I fear Joel Embiid more than Kevin Durant for this reason. Like you mentioned, I have options against Kevin Durant. I can put PJ Tucker on him. I can put Jimmy Butler on him. I have different ways to go. Of course, you're going to trap and double team and all of that. I think Saturday is a big game. You were mentioning whether Bam should be player of the month for February. And if you lined up his statistics against Joel Embiid is significantly higher. He had an unbelievable month. I think he's going to get that award. But I think Bam needs to show he could stand up to Joel Embiid. That's why Saturday is important. Because he sort of, there's two matchups remaining. There's also a Monday about 2 weeks down the road. What are the Heat's few road games left? if Bam can make a statement, at least put something in the Sixers' heads and Joel Embiid's heads, I feel a little bit better. I think he is, of the Eastern Conference, if we're doing one of those internet lists, toughest individual matchups in the Eastern Conference, I would have him number one. He's so unique. He shoots the jumper.
Oh, he's so
and
good.
again, he makes Bam look small. When you watch them jump the opening tip,
Yes.
I mean, you can see like, wow, Bam looks like a shooting guard. So that's a difference. So I do think maybe Saturday's game, I'd put it this way, might be more important for Bam Adebayo individually than it is for the Heat as a team.
That's interesting. And I like that take a lot. And I did think it was interesting. We talked about this in the first segment of the show, how the Heat handled the matchup against the Bulls the other night, where you had Jimmy Butler on Vucevic a bit. Vucevic is different in that you're more concerned about him going outside and less concerned about him inside than you are with Joel, even though Vucevic can do both very well. And Embiid can do both well to a certain extent. But like, you're happy if Embiid is willing to take that three-pointer because of how good he is on the inside and how big and how strong he is. So I feel like part of the reason why the Heat did that was because, number one, Vooch goes outside, but also with Vooch, he can back you down if you don't have a low center of gravity. And as great as Bam is, and man, he's so good at switching against these wing guys. And I love the videos of him switching out and guarding Kyrie Irving and guarding Steph Curry. It's been the bigger players who can. Bam's center of gravity isn't as low as like a Jimmy Butler's is.
Or
so
PJ Tucker,
Joel
right.
Embiid, it's one of those rare situations where it's not that Embiid is like so much better than Bam. It's that the matchup is tough because he can do some things that are tough for Bam to handle. So I think that's a really good point. And I want to see how that plays out. So I know we're not really in the prediction game, Ira, but if you can kind of give me a general feel on how you see these next three games playing out for the Heat. You already mentioned that tonight you're looking at a Bucks team that's going to be desperate. How do you see these next three games playing out relative from the Miami perspective, how they're going to view these games and potentially how they may shake out?
I would say tonight, advantage Milwaukee. I'd say Thursday, absolute unknown because of Kevin Durant. And I got a feeling, and especially now with Steve Nash and COVID protocols, we won't know until game time there. So sort of a toss-up. If KD doesn't play, there is no excuse for Miami Heat not to go into Brooklyn, even on the second night of a back-to-back, and get that W with no KD, no Simmons, no Kyrie. We have to know on that. And I'd say sort of Friday is a little bit of a push, is a little bit right in the middle there. It's not a back-to-back for the Heat, but they will be coming off the road. They'll get a chance to exhale a little bit. I would be content with one of the next three. I would be very impressed with two of the next three. That's the way I would put it. Then you get a little bit of an exhale. You get the Houstons. Yes, I know Phoenix is coming, but Chris Paul is out. I know Cleveland is coming, but they're sort of becoming a little more like Cleveland right now also. So don't fret about, oh, you're 20 over 500 and you might not be by the end of the week. There'll be a chance to build back up. Of the importance of this week's games, I would rate tonight as the most important because I do think that tiebreaker could come into play with the Bucks, and this is the last game of the season series. The difference is with Philly, even though you've split the first two, you'll have that game Saturday and another one in Philly later down the road. You can play with that tiebreaker. So in terms of importance, I would put tonight number one, Philadelphia number two, and play in Brooklyn probably number three.
It's boring when we agree, so I'll disagree a little bit on this one, but it's actually because of a point you made. I'm going to say Saturday nights is the most important, and it's for the point you made about Bam versus Embiid. The Heat need to be able to show that they have a plan that they can feel confident in come play. Now, with that said, I think the point you've made over and over again, which is true, is you can't really look at regular season games and say, oh, this is the game plan that they're going to have, because they're going to come up with something completely different. But one-on-one individual matchups don't change. You know, and if you're talking about Bam's going to have to go man up against Joel Embiid in the playoffs if they play, that you can't game plan the entire game to slow him down like you do against Giannis, where you're building a wall of bodies, because where Giannis beats you is attacking downhill, whereas Joel Embiid can beat you any number of ways where you're going to have an individual. And largely the same thing for Kevin Durant. The difference there being PJ Tucker has had individual success defensively against him in the past. maybe, it's relative, right? Because he's Kevin Durant. He can do this against anybody.
Relative success is KD still ending with 35. Yes.
Still ending with 35. But what does the final score look like? And so, like, if he's getting 35, but Kyrie Irving is off because you're able to switch a really, really good defender onto him because you're not having to send multiple bodies at Durant, that's a win. If you're able to, and this is where we go back to who the Heat are able to roll out there defensively. Like, if you feel comfortable that a Kyle Lowry, a Victor Oladipo can slow down at least a little bit of Kyrie, then and PJ Tucker is able to guard Kevin Durant, you're not having to throw multiple bodies at these elite players. And last thing that you mentioned earlier, I want to go back to it, which was when you're coming up with these playoff plans to get the ball out of big man's hand down the stretch. Look at what happened against Brooklyn a couple of weeks ago. And this is a game where the Heat had an enormous lead, and Kyrie Irving single-handedly brought Brooklyn back into that game and almost won it. But that last possession, the Heat said, nope, you're not getting the ball. We're not letting this happen.
Right.
And PJ Tucker and Kyle Lowry attacked Kyrie and made sure that he didn't get the ball for that last, like, it stops now. Throughout the course of a game against Philadelphia, you can't do that possession after possession after possession with Embiid. Down the stretch, things get different. And so that's where, like, when you're talking about a big man taking over versus having one of these elite wing type players, it's a little bit different.
No, I agree. It's going to, you know what? It was fun already on Monday at FTX Arena. It's going to be fun for the next 3. And if the warden lets me out of here, I'm going to enjoy all 3. Tomorrow's going to be a challenge. Tough back-to-back. Heat is a bit of an older team, are shorthanded. But all things said, it's going to be an enjoyable week. You take stock with plenty of time if there are issues to take care of them as well.
Daniel has a hashtag that I think we got to get trending. Free Ira.
Warden. I didn't do it, Clay. I didn't do it. I'm innocent.
The Rangers made you so mad. You ended up busting the TV. It was like Ira's like, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's on Twitter. I might have to retweet it. But there's a Lakers fan who is absolutely going off on the Lakers last night. It's not safe for work, but he's like, Eddie Jones is rolling over in his grave. Vlade Divac is rolling over in his grave. This was what Ira's like right now. It's like Mark Messier is rolling over in his grave. I mean, those guys aren't dead. So, like, you can't roll over in your grave.
And I wouldn't say it about Rod Gilbert out of respect, so I will leave it there for another week. Fun week ahead. I'll be back with Big O on Saturday this week for our accurate Pembroke Pines report. But, yeah, interesting times. I really am curious to see how it plays out when we meet again next Wednesday.
Fun stuff, guys. Thanks, as always, for your comments. Please smash the like button. Does us a huge favor. Big O is going to roll on next. A lot more to get to, both with the Heat, but also the Dolphins, the Marlins. Lots to talk about. Thanks, as always, guys. We'll see you again next Wednesday.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Alrighty! Bitcoin's over 45,000. Yeah, it waited till I was back on. Oh, baby. Yeah. Bitcoin hitting that 45. Oh, I love it. Going parabolic. Man, that is just nice. Nice. Damn. We got to, you know what? We got to, let's post a little something here on, we're already ready, baby, for the 45. So there we go. Let's put out a little 45. I love it. Damn, that was good. That was good. That's a good way to open up the show. I got to tell you, that puts me in a really good mood that we're up over 45. Although, just to kind of give you a little something here, because I'm consistent about all of this. I try to stay consistent as much in life as possible. But remember what I've told you about parabolic moves, right? So there's going to be a little retraction coming. So relax. So it's just I don't know how it's just gone. It was going to happen. I told you it was going to happen. At one point or another, it's going to happen. I told you that the break was going to happen at one point, but there it is, which is a beautiful thing. All right, welcome aboard on a beautiful Wednesday where Bitcoin is climbing. Love it. All right, Sean did a little more wrestling talk last night. I saw the open there, Sean. Anybody seen the open? Sean, do you have that open for your show? Because, I want you to see Sean Stanley walking into the ring, okay? Because there's highlights of him, obviously, walking into the wrestling ring because he's a former wrestler himself and slamming some dudes. Do you have that open, Sean? Because I was watching that open. You did a hell of a job with that open. So where is that open? Do you have it? Do you have it locked and loaded? There we go. There we go. Look at that. All I know is that shit hurts. That's all I'm saying. Holy crap. So nice job, Sean. I love the open, man. That's good. Good stuff, dude. Yeah. When you lose the weight, you're gonna have to get that jacket back and you're gonna have to do a show like that, okay? Gotta get that vest back and put it on.
No problem. I'll do that. Actually, that was the little bit. All I did was took that they made for me when I entered the ring, and I just cut it up and put different music onto it because the other music is copyrighted.
Right.
So that's all I did. That was my ring intro for one of the federations we worked with.
There you go. There you go. So you got Sean now. You got your wrestling talk. You guys can't complain. You wrestling fans, spread the word. Tell other wrestling fans. That's how this grows. You get more people on board. We can then get the show going, and maybe we can be at some of these wrestling events live, broadcasting out there, all of those things. And we'll start to get those wrestlers also on the show with Sean, and maybe even on this show where Sean can kind of take the lead a little bit and carry those interviews, because he should carry them, obviously. Know what I'm saying? So there you go. So all I know is I saw the open. I was like, that was painful. That was painful. So there you go. Barney O goes, Sean has my utmost respect. Yeah, Barney, what we'll do is we'll have Sean body slam your ass is what we'll do. So come on out to Vegas. We'll have Sean body slam you. Why does Sean not wrestle anymore? Well, Sean is at a point where if he tried to wrestle, the body might fall apart at this point now. It's that was when he was in his younger days now. Am I correct, Sean? Or are you ready to throw yourself around the ring nowadays?
No, definitely not. My knees and my hips are, and oh, you can attest to it.
Yes.
If I stay seated for a long time, when I get up, it takes a little bit to go. The knees, hips take a bunt because I was always a big guy too. I wrestled at about 280, so I was never a small guy. And just the ground and the pounding you take. And, everybody used the F word for wrestling, and that's the fake, not the F bomb. But the injuries and the bumps and the bruises, everything's real, man. Going through tables. You can't fake getting slammed on concrete, things like that. And again, it's form of entertainment, but I definitely have all the aches and pains every morning when I wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so he's, you don't want to piss him off now, but yeah, he's not going to, wrestle anymore nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Gotta hit Big O with a chair in Vegas, Sean. No, Andres, we're gonna bring you over. We're gonna have Sean hit you with a chair. That's what we're gonna do. What was Sean's finishing move? That's what Poochie 911 Gaming wants to know. What was your finishing move, Sean? Tell us.
It was the face plant, is what I called it, because I was the Sean Allen. Basically, I just caught you and drove you face first into the ground, like an inverted DDT type move, and it was called the face plant.
There you go.
Because the Sean Allen did the move.
There you go. So all I know is that I don't want to wrestle Sean. That's all I got to say. I'm not wrestling Sean for anything. Not even for food. All right. 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, that is the Welt and Rayom text line. 855-912-1056. And if you do need great lawyers here in South Florida, Welton Rayom, okay? So personal injury, criminal defense, condo damage, homeowner property damage, business owner claims, all of that, call Welt and Rayom, all right? And 954-966-4646 is their number, 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. So call them. And, of course, if you want to get in on our Welt and Rayom text line right here on the program, 855-912-1056 here on Le Programme. Big O and Sean, the demolition of destruction. There you go. That's kind of what they call our radio show. That's pretty accurate right there. Lisa says, loving my crypto portfolio, listen to O and kept buying the dip, sitting pretty. Oh, yeah. And it's not even, Lisa, this is nothing. This is just nothing. This is garbage right now, the little movement that we're having. It's 2-3 years from now when we're set up. It's like 2024. Like this year, I think by the end of this year, we're going to be sitting really good. But in 2023, I think is really the explosion year. And that's when you're really going to be, if you're patient and all that, I think you're, because that's when mass adoption will really start to kick in, I think, in 23 and 24. And that's when it starts to really explode. And let me tell you something. We got a little bit of steroids right now in crypto. Yep. It's called Canada, Ukraine, and Russia have become steroids for crypto because they've watched economies crumble. They've watched dollars just go away, like the ruble and what's going on in Ukraine, and banks shutting down, and you're realizing that they control all your money. And you control none of it. And they can do that. And in crypto, they can't. And that's why you're going to see more people realizing that, decentralized financing is the way. So it's awesome what's going on right now, Lisa, but it's nothing. It's going to be sweet down the line. Just patience. Patience. And all these dips were just golden opportunities. As long as you can invest and have patience and wait it out. If you need the money to pay for your bills, then you cannot invest. Investment means you have to have patience. And this is technology. So it takes a little while for technology. And I'm talking about the blockchains and all of that. You know what I mean? I think Bitcoin is more of a store value type of thing, but people don't understand that yet. They will eventually. But down the line, man, patience is going to pay off so much for all of us. And if you're staking along the way, oh my God, you're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Props to Sean for the face plant. That's it. That's what it's all about, the face plant. Big O, as much as I love looking at your mug, I think the show quality yesterday might have been higher with choppy video blurring it up. Yeah? It would, I mean, the choppiness would probably improve my face. I mean, anything can help us. Happy birthday to Aman. It's Tua's birthday today? I did not know that. Did not know that. Wow. All right. Happy birthday to Tua. Let's see, what else do we have here? On, I think, Ohio John, thank you, sir, giving us a little love on Venmo. Appreciate you. Says, have scouts at the combine told you how important the bench press portion is to them? If so, what position is most important for and why? You know, Ohio John, that stuff is not really that important. It's only important if the guy's super weak. That's all. If it's really bad, then they worry about conditioning, obviously, with the player. But in the end, it's not the end all be all when it comes. None of this pretty much is. Not the 40, not the gauntlet, none of this. The high jump, long jump, bench press, all these things they're side stories to it. You know what I mean? Look, let me explain what the combine really, truly is all about. It's not about the quarterbacks throwing in air. It's not about a receiver running a 4-3. Those things are nice and they're outside the box things, and they're like the candles on a cake. They're not even the cake. They're not the icing in between the layers of the cake. They're not the icing on top of the cake. They're just the candles. You know what I'm saying? The combine is all about meeting the players, interviewing the players, Ohio John, finding out their intelligence. Let me explain to you what the combine is all about. So you walk in and you say, all right, in our draft preparations, we have linebacker A and linebacker B, both with a third round grade with what we watched on the football field. Okay? Follow me now. This is what the combine is. Both guys are a third round grade. So now you go to the combine or you meet them at the East West Shrine game, the NFLPA game, the Senior Bowl, wherever you met the kids, HBCU game, you name it. Okay? Wherever you met these kids. All right? So, great. Now you start to find out, all right, so on the field, these guys are even. Now you get to the combine or the East West, the Senior Bowl, and they take off their clothes and they go to weigh themselves. And you know, they're just in their underwears and they're butt naked, basically. And you look at one guy that's a third rounder and the other guy's a third rounder, and this guy's kind of flabby. And this guy is rock solid. You know, he's rock solid. And he's cut up, he's got the 8-pack, all that stuff. Right? Both third round grade. So now you go to the meetings. And Ohio John, what you do is you ask player A all of these football IQ questions. And you ask player B all of these football IQ questions. And then when you're done, player B answers them at a higher rate and is more correct than player A. Now, yet on the field, you saw both third rounders making the plays. So now you got to make your decision. So which one are you going with? You got both of them on the field. You watched the film, pretty even. But now you met them, one smarter than the other, and one takes care of himself more than the other. What are you doing, Ohio John? See what I'm saying? That's what the combine is all about. You have two defensive tackles. You have them graded high second-round picks. You have the 37th pick in the draft. You need a defensive tackle badly. You got two guys you love after watching all the film. So now you go in, the interviews, both are solid. Damn it. So you go and you start, okay, so now we look at the medicals. So all of a sudden, the two guys you have played their asses off, high second-round grades. But one guy has a little bit of an arthritic condition in his left knee. You worry it might end up becoming a problem down the line. Both high second-round grades. You ran the meds. One guy has a knee that might be a little bit of a problem. Where are you going? The guy on the right, right? There you go. Now, that's not to say 7 years later, the guy that had a little bit of a chronic knee issue was a tough son of a bitch, fought through it all, and ended up still having a better career than the other guy. Trust me, that happens too. But that's what the combine is. Because at that point, you say, okay, well, all right, the meds are perfect. The interviews were the same. The talent's the same. But then the difference between the two guys, one guy has an arrest and a couple of other things that happened that you found out about. Which one you going with? Guy on the left. That's really what it's all about. It's the combine is about defining the human being physically and mentally. That's all it's all about. It's the 40 and how much how much weights they did and all that kind of stuff. That's just a side story. That's a side note that they're sitting there. Hey, you know that kid you like? Yeah, man, he ran a 40 at a 4.31. All right, that's awesome, but he's dumb as bricks. So, these are things that like it's there's more to it, and the combine was really built in Indianapolis because it was centralized for all the teams in the league. And then it was one place where everybody could get their medicals done, because in the early days you had players flying around all over the place, meds, and it just got tiresome. So what they did is, let's all meet in one place where everybody can interview and everybody can get the medical information right away all at once. And that way we minimize it and we take the time away from the process of players having to travel all over the country and go through the same medical procedures over and over and over again, and then travel for one interview after another. So they centralized it. And that's why the combine, and then the running and the throwing and all that, that's for the fans. That's the fluff stuff that they created because they can't allow you in the interviews. Right? They can't allow you in the meds. There's HIPAA laws and all, and nobody's going to allow you in a doctor's room. Nobody goes in your doctor's room. You're not going to go in theirs. You know what I mean? So that's really what the combine's all about. Has nothing to do with really the 40-yard dash or the shuttle or any of that crap. That stuff is just fluff. And that's what's become the dog and pony show of the combine. But it has very little importance to what you actually are going to do in the draft or how you're going to go in the draft. Rest in peace. But unfortunately, Al Davis put too much stock on those things. And that's why he burned himself over and over and over and over again with a slew of players that I can name, because he just fell in love because they just had a fast 40. But it really wasn't that they were excellent players, and they weren't really good football players. And that was a problem for Al Davis down the stretch. So, Ohio John, I would tell you that the combine is really nothing about what you see on TV. That has almost nothing to do with actually being a football player. You know what? Maybe I'll tell you this, Ohio John. Here's where it might work out. You have a grade on two wide receivers. You love them. They're both smart. Their meds are both perfect. They both had excellent careers. They both have great hands. They both run great routes. All of that. Okay. One ran a 4.37. The other one ran a 4.43. There you go. That might be like the guys are so even in everything that matters that all of a sudden, okay, it came down to the 40. But you and I would never know that because they would never tell us that. So that's the only way that something like what you're watching might come down to that. And let me tell you something. They're also going to want to find out the 40 on grass at their place. Or did they do it both on turf here and on turf there? And so what is it on grass and all those kind of things too? Because if the guy that ran 4.43 or 4.41 or whatever, not 4.37, he ran it on grass also, and got the same time, then they might put a little more weight on that too. You know what I mean? So that's the only way it could become a factor in a decision, because the two players that they like are so close in everything out there. But that's rare, man. That's rare. Usually the meds will separate each other. Usually the IQ will separate each other. Usually the shady history will separate the guys, all those kind of things. And then again, sometimes they may have the same grade on two guys, right? But they still think that one guy has much more upside, but he has baggage. They're still willing to take it over the guy that has no baggage. It all depends on the team. It's crazy. Dougie Fresh chimes in with a little super chat. He says, as a former teacher, Sean's inaugural show earned him an A. He had command with footage of wrestling entrants, making him the valedictorian of the school. For don't start none, won't be none. JP on Sports says, here's a scenario for you. Same roundtable productivity, scores the same smart-wise. One has the arthritic knee, but higher ceiling. One has a clean bill, but a lower ceiling. Who do you pick? Well, if you're talking about a running back, like let's say a Jay Ajayi, it all depends. You know what it all depends, JP? Are you that running back away from the Super Bowl? And if you think the guy has more potential but a shorter shelf life, but you're trying to win a Super Bowl now, you take that guy. Probably. You know what I mean? It all depends, man. It all depends. Now, if your team is loaded and it's not like you desperately need the running back because you've got a really good line, then you take the other guy because you can get more mileage out of it. You know what I'm saying? So it all depends. It really does. What position you're in as a team, how needed is it? All of that kind of stuff. Let's see what else. Rosendo says, may you be blessed, Big O and Mr. Stanley. I'm blessed to hear more local sports news and entertainment from the two dynamic duo. Thank you, Rosendo. And more to come. We're not done. We're still working on adding some stuff, man. So it's Anthony Chang coming in 2 weeks. It's George Richards and David Dwork joining us next week as insiders. And there's more that we're also working on. Hopefully, we will have that news for you in the next day or two, or maybe by Monday latest. We will have some really, really big news also that we're going to add to the show. And that will start to complete what we want the vision that we have here on the program. All right, give me 30 seconds. George Richards is going to join us. We're going to talk a little Okie. The Florida Panthers, they are off tonight. They will host the Senators tomorrow at FLA Live Arena. George Richards, one of our insiders that starts next week, he's going to join us next.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference.
All right, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. You're at the practice rink. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, we're at they're practicing right now. So
okay, all right. I like it. What hat you styling? Because I can't see from here. Hickory. Nice. I like it. All right, very nice. Okay, Gene Hackman would be proud. All right, so let's talk a little Okie. Dude, I laugh at anybody that's panicking right now. It's like you've had such a kick-ass season. You haven't had a valley, and you're human beings. You're supposed to have some valleys. Yeah. It's about damn time you had a valley. So I'm not that concerned. Am I looking at it the right way?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no concern, I don't think. I mean, You look at the 3 games that they've lost, and they lost those 3 games in different ways. I mean, they should have won the Nashville game. They had a 3-1 lead in the second period. They lose that one. They got outplayed in the goal by Columbus. That was just that you put that on the goalie for sure.
Yeah,
And
that
then
dude was
Saturday,
awesome that night.
and Saturday you can kind of blame the goalie too. I mean,
That's right.
Edmonton only puts up 22 shots and Bob lets in 4. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, man. It's one of those. So, how's the attitude of the players right now? Are they? I don't think they're concerned either.
No.
I would imagine they might be a little pissed off because there's a lot of pride in the way they've played this year. So they might be looking at themselves and they're not really happy with themselves right now. Am I reading it right?
No, I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of pride in what they do and the game that they've played all season long. They feel that they are legit contenders and they want to be looked at that way. And, when you lose 3 games in a row at home, I mean, they've doubled their home losses in 1 week for the season. So, yeah, they're feeling a little bit. But, you see them in practice. The practices have been good. They've been able to kind of get back at it. And they got a game on Thursday against Ottawa. After having 4 days off and a couple practices in between. So, they should be fine. I don't think that there's any cause for concern. This team knows where they're at. They're in the playoffs. I mean, these are the dog days of summer, if you will. And they're in first, they're right there. They're fine.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Now, if I can add some kind of a concern, the backup goaltending position is are we going to okay, so that's what I'm saying. So is it more about just they want to keep seasoning the kid and then he's going to come back for the playoffs? Is that the plan? Or is there any plans on acquiring a veteran to help back up Bob? How is this goaltending position and the backup going to be handled?
The way I see it, I think the next time the backup needs to play, Spencer Knight will be here. I mean, I think that they're just keeping Spencer Knight down in Charlotte. He's getting his starts. He's getting his game time in. And Jonas Johansson right now got his look, was not very good. And he's basically the practice goalie right now. And that's the way it looks to me. The Panthers wouldn't say anything like that, of course, but that's the way it looks to me. Spencer Knight will be here soon enough.
Okay.
I haven't looked at the schedule, but there'll be some back-to-backs coming up. I would think that Spencer will be back for that. I don't know that you can have Jonas Johansson go back out there. He was that bad against Columbus. He was that bad. I mean, he wasn't even close to making stops.
No, I know. I saw it. That's why.
There were shots where it was like I could have at least gotten a glove out there, and it just there were some bad. That was some not very good goaltending.
No. I know. That's why I had to ask. What's the big picture of this one? Overall.
And let's not forget. I know everybody's talking about Florida getting a veteran goaltender, and that's fine. They've got Chris Gibson down in the minors. He was the backup in Tampa Bay the last couple seasons. Doesn't have a whole lot of NHL experience, but he could be your number 3 goalie going into the playoffs. The Panthers right now don't have any salary cap room. So the Panthers are going to have to shed some space to do anything at the trade deadline. And I know they've got a wish list. Yeah, they wouldn't mind bringing in, Marc-Andre Fleury, of course. But they can't because of the salary cap. So
yeah, and you're so loaded also offensively because that's I mean, George, that's the other thing about like back in the 90s when they had that little run. Beezer had to be so golden every single night because they couldn't score with a fistful of dollars in a whorehouse, But now being the goaltender and let me tell you, that's a little bit of break on Bob. You don't have to be great with this offense every single night. That's how explosive the Panthers are.
Yeah, but it changes, as the season gets longer and longer. When we get into the playoffs, you're not going to have these 7-3, 7-4 games. And if you do, it's a rarity. You see them sometimes. But the Panthers are going to have to tighten up defensively. The Panthers are going to have to get solid goaltending, whether it's Bob or whether it's Spencer Knight, when the playoffs start. But that's months away. So, they've still got 30
Are
something
there
games
any
left.
concerns with Bob that at times there'll be a little greasy goal that gets in every once in a while?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think the last couple games, Bob hasn't been very good. I don't know. Maybe he's got some stuff weighing on his mind. Who knows? But we'll see. I mean, I think Bob has been very good this year, much improved over the past 2 seasons. But these last couple games look like last year. So, or the first year he was here. So, he's able to get a fresh start again tomorrow as well. So we'll just have to wait and see.
When you say Bob hasn't been as sharp, the team hasn't been as sharp.
That's yes.
Is it something like maybe they might have let their guard down a little bit with the time off, and that they got a little bit of the fat cat syndrome since they're so damn good?
Well, I don't think so. I think because they came out and played so good against Nashville. They really did. They had a great start against Nashville, and they just let it come apart. And then you look at the Columbus game, and they very well could have won all 3 of those games. It wasn't an effort thing. It wasn't a rust thing. They did look a little bit tired as the third period went along in the Nashville game. But the other 2 games, I mean, if things would have gone right one way or another, they could have been right, won those games. Instead, they've got a 3-game home losing streak. So that's just the way it works sometimes.
George, what happened with Hubie? What kicked in? Like, he was always a damn great player. I mean, always dynamic and everything. But this year, he took it to another level. And when Barkov was missing, he stepped up like a freaking stud and a half. What was the watershed moment for him? What triggered that he had to become that guy?
Well, I think it happened last year. I think Jonathan Huberdeau, I think that light went off last year. I think you saw him be more assertive. I thought you saw him become more of a defensive player, a more all-around guy, more of a leader. And I think as last year went along, he became more of that, especially when you saw the playoffs. If you remember in the loss to Tampa Bay, Jonathan Huberdeau was pissed that Florida lost to Tampa Bay. He showed anger that we've never really seen in him. I mean, you could just see it in his eyes, the disappointment, the anger in that, the frustration in that. I mean, Barkov and Ekblad have been through a lot with the Florida Panthers. And it's where, they want to win. They want to win, and they want to win big here. So as much as we talked about that Tampa Bay series and how great it was for the Panthers, they were ticked that they lost it. That said, I think Jonathan Huberdeau, has become one of the elite players in the National Hockey League. I think the talk around him was always that he could not play without Barkov. Right. He would put up quiet points, and he had 92 points a couple years ago, and that was overshadowed by the 96 that Barkov got. I think now if he had those kind of numbers, and he will, I mean, he's going to, they're pretty monumental. I mean, he's become a leader and a winner, and it's been really good to see.
George, those of us that get the pleasure of being around the Panther organization or any of the owners or the players now, you end up, even though it's not our jobs to do this, but we kind of root for them because you see that the passion's there, that they're doing everything right. Okay. Now, like we can point at all the things wrong that they've done in the past with prior ownerships and leadership groups and all that kind of stuff. But since Viola and Sifu took over, all it's gotten is better and better and better. And the investment on the team, the investment in the community over at War Memorial and everything, it's almost like, dude, everything is built for an amazing crescendo in this postseason. That this may be the most important postseason in Panther history, because with it, I'm not telling you they have to win the cup, and you know it. But if they have a deep run and get to the conference or even to the cup finals, I think that's what's going to finally catapult this sport into, kind of the early steps of the heat of what they did to make us kind of a basketball town. You know what I'm saying? What Tampa's done with the Lightning, this might be the embryonic moments right here if you have a deep run in the postseason. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, come on. The Panthers have been here, almost 30 years. They lost, they pissed away a decade worth of goodwill with, they definitely did. And it's cost this franchise ever since. I mean, you look at 2001 up until about 2011, they lost a lot of fans over that time. And I think that, this is a very important postseason for the Panthers. But if fans haven't figured it out, I mean, the last 2 years, they've been very good. This is a legitimate Stanley Cup contender. They do need to win at least that first round to make this season, not feel wasted, because it would. If they end up being the first, the number one seed or something like that in the East, and then you go out in the first round, I mean, you're going to have the same old Panthers talk, and that's just not the case. And you just mentioned that these aren't the same old Panthers. This is a different organization from all that stuff.
They don't know that yet.
Right.
People,
no, you're absolutely right. No,
the average person doesn't know that. Just like in the 90s, they didn't know it until it finally happened. Right. And then, you're going to practice to cover it, and you walk out of Pompano and there's 300 people waiting for autographs. And you're like, holy shit, what the hell is going on here? And so
it was fun for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I just feel like this is the off season. This is the postseason that can be that finally that springboard to kind of make them more of a household name, let's just say, in South Florida for the average to less than average fan, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I would think so. I think that the longer of a run you make, the more fans you make along the way. This is definitely and you see it in every market when it comes to hockey. As the playoff rounds, people start watching more and more. South Florida, we know this market. We know what this market's all about. The Miami Heat, this did not become a basketball town in 1995, though. This was after LeBron James came to town. I mean, because when Shaquille O'Neal left town, the American Airlines Arena was empty, and then LeBron came, and now the Heat. Listen, all the goodwill they've created over the years.
Right.
The Heat,
that's what I'm saying.
The Heat get every benefit of the doubt, and they should, because of the organization that they've built. The Panthers don't have that kind of credit right now.
No, that's.
But they're working toward it. But
I give them credit. They're doing everything the right way, and that has to be mentioned, and that has to be praised, because
absolutely.
We're watching down in Miami where Jeter just walked away, because clearly he said, all right, guys, we loaded up the minors. Now we got to start spending money. And all those 15 guys looked at each other like, what money? And so he said, I'm out of there. So
did he though? Did he though? I mean, I don't want to get into the Derek Jeter thing. I mean, I don't believe any of that, but
you know,
I think he put in his money, and he got repaid his money, and he got out, just like we said he was going to when that whole thing came out.
You think?
Okay. I think it was preordained that Jeter
so they were never going to spend money. In other words,
no,
okay.
no.
All right, okay, all right.
That's Jeter. all right, just real quick, Derek Jeter came to town to be the GM of the whatever, the president of the. He admitted, I don't even watch baseball. I don't watch baseball. This was just he helped them get the team. With his name on it, he helped them get the team. He gave them an investment that was going to be repaid to him, and then he gets to cash out. I mean, come on.
Right.
Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right. No, that's fine. I mean, I never believed in the group because I don't like 16 owners. It kind of reminds me of Viner.
For sure. Sure.
Viner, it's the same. And God bless him. He meant well.
Oh yeah, he absolutely did. Absolutely.
He meant well. Right. They just didn't have the money.
Just didn't have the deep pockets that you need for this.
Yeah. Viner, like what we're seeing now with Viola, that's different, bro. That's big time money.
That's a different wallet. Yeah.
That's the guy that he's the kind of crypto investor I like, because he's the guy that invests and understands it's long term, and I've got the patience. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's going to happen. All right. Follow him on Twitter at George Richards, and of course subscribe. Tell them about Florida Hockey Now, dude, please.
FloridaHockeyNow.com. If you like the Florida Panthers, if you want to read about the Florida Panthers, come check us out. FloridaHockeyNow.com. Cover the Panthers every day, all day, every day.
And where can they catch you exclusively starting next week?
Right here, baby. Right here. We got the Florida Panther Insider Show. David Dwork's
going
to join me. What? Tuesday
We're
at
locked.
1, I think it is.
That's right. Tuesdays at
Yeah.
1 o'clock is his
Looking
slot.
forward to
So George Richards is going to be locked in. So Panther fans, there you go. Lenny Locksmith. He's locking it down with the Florida Panthers, baby. All right. I love it. George, appreciate you, my brother. We start
All right,
next
Orlando.
week, man. Thank
Good
you.
seeing you, brother. Be good.
You got it. There you go. The great George Richards, baby. We love him. And we love the Panthers. We do. We do love the Panthers like crazy. I've always been a big proponent of the Panthers, a big supporter of the Panthers. Those people are just salt of the earth human beings. They just want to win. You know who I'm happiest for? Obviously, Viola and Sifu, because they own the damn team and they spend all the money. But Randy Moeller, Steve Goldstein, guys like that have been through it and have fought through all of this and have watched the disasters, and then to watch Viola and Sifu take over and have real ownership and real leadership and a real foundation, and to watch them over time, just watch the franchise get better and better and better. And I really feel like this is the postseason right here that catapults them and starts to make them more of a household name in South Florida. I think their fan base grows immensely starting this offseason or this postseason into the offseason. I think that's when people now become, okay, oh man, I got to get into the Cats. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what's going to end up happening. I'm really looking forward to that, man. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this team make that deep postseason run. All right. So Bitcoin got back under 45. It's in the 44.4 range right now. But all right, that's good. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's keeping it up. So we thank George Richards, as always. I miss the days when the rubber rats rained on the ice. Well, they're still doing it now, and you're going to see more of it during the playoffs. They will bring it back. It's guaranteed. It's our thing. So that's going to end up happening. George is a great guest. I love to hear him. Thank you. Well, you're hearing him now every week. Tuesdays at 1 o'clock is George's spot. We're gonna settle in on David Dwork's spot also, and we'll figure that one out. But you're gonna have George Richards and David Dwork, the only two Panther insiders that are in town, are both on our show every week now to talk Panthers. So you'll have two reports every week from the Florida Panthers. There you go, and leading right into the playoffs and all year long. And I just think this is it right now. Here's where it becomes a monster. I really believe that. Newfoundland says, Big O, can you explain how the Canadian banking system is part of a steroids in crypto? You lost me, dude. I'm comparing Canada with what's happening with Ukraine and okay. So what happened in Canada, what's happening in Ukraine and Russia has become steroids for crypto, because people that know nothing about crypto now realize that when they had their money frozen, like they were having assets frozen in Canada because they were able to freeze assets in bank accounts and stop things there, just like in Russia, now that they're, businesses are crashing, markets are crashing, all of that, and they can't even get their money out of their bank, and the rubles dropped to a penny. You know what I mean? It's worth nothing now, the ruble. So that money you have in the bank is worth nothing. If you had Bitcoin, all it's done is go up. So what I mean is it's become a steroid because this is a process for people to learn and understand crypto and decentralized financing, because it's another language for them. They're intimidated. That's why most people crap on it, because they're so intimidated by it and they don't know it, that they just look at it like a scam and they don't understand it. So now people are going to understand more about it. Well, wait a minute. You mean the government can freeze my assets if I have it in crypto? You mean it gains more value than the dollar? You mean I can move it around all over the world for nothing, practically? Okay. So people are going to understand that. And listen, all you got to do is do this. Put $100 in your savings account and put $100 in crypto. And just test it out. And see which one grows and which one doesn't. That's all. Simple. So this is steroids for crypto now. This forced Canadians to find out about crypto. This forced Ukrainians to find out about crypto. Do you know that we have funded Ukraine with over $20 million now in crypto? So they can buy arms and get everything that they try to get things that they need for the war. Why? Because crypto can be sent anywhere in the world in a second. So Russians now are forcing themselves. They got to find out about crypto. Now they know. Well, I mean, they probably, some of them were smart enough to know they couldn't trust their guy. So now they know that their guy doesn't care about them. He's got his billions hidden all over the world. He doesn't care about them. Now they realize the ruble ain't crap. So they're going to find out about crypto. And they're going to say, yeah, I'd rather have crypto than the ruble. I'd rather have crypto than whatever El Salvador's money is. I'd rather have crypto than anything that Ukraine has. I'd rather have crypto than Canadian money if the prime minister is going to shut down banks because they tried to get to crypto and they couldn't. So that's why it's become steroids for crypto, because it fast forward several countries to find out, oh, there's a better option? You mean my money compared to crypto sucks? You mean my money buys less and less every day? And yet crypto goes up in value. So there you go. That's steroids for crypto. What has happened in 3 parts of the world. Poochie 911 Gaming says, Big O, why are you so secretive on what Flo wanted in the draft? He's gone. It's more mysterious than the Da Vinci Code. I know, isn't it? And you can unlock the Da Vinci Code with, 999,000 in Bitcoin. That's all. I've lowered my price from $1 million to 999,000. I mean, that's a strong move. These are baseball-like negotiations going on right here. I've dropped it from 1 million to 999,999, by the way. I didn't drop it 1,000. I'm not budging that much. No. Okay, so I've budged. You can find out. I will let the entire world know for a mere $999,999 of Bitcoin. Cash App, Cash Big O Show. Just drop it in my Cash App, Cash Big O Show, and I will tell you exactly who Flo wanted. It's juicy and it will also make you throw up. So you gotta have a barf bag right next to you. Whenever somebody ships me the $999,999 in Bitcoin, and I tell you, be prepared, okay? Because you will throw up all over the place. You will make the woman in The Exorcist look like, she's just shooting droplets, okay? So let's see. Big O, let's hope Russia isn't listening to you because Putin might look into crypto now. So, well, supposedly they were already looking into it. I don't really care if they do or not, bro. That doesn't matter to me. If they want to get into it, that's fine, man. I'm already well invested in it, and I'm patient, and I'll wait my turn and wait till things actually develop. And they're already developing. Everything's there. So it wasn't Tom Brady. I don't know. Well, I mean, that's not a draft. What is it? Jordan Love is your guest. What else? What else do we have here? More? Because that always happens when we talk about it. You guys start throwing out every name in the book gets thrown out. I just paid your extortion amount. Now, let me see. Let me see if you paid my extortion amount. Let me go to my Cash App here. Nope, sorry. The only thing here is Aaron Rodgers Bitcoin. Because Aaron Rodgers, of course, did give me some Bitcoin. Gave me $100 of Bitcoin. Now, well, it was $99.95. By the way, you want to know where his $99.95 is? It's at $69 right now. It's still the dip. It's still a dip right now. I mean, for people that haven't gotten into Bitcoin, this is still not a bad price for them to get into Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you had a better price just a couple of days ago and a much better price a week ago, and we kept telling you, yo, you know. But, hey, listen, for those of you waiting for 30, you're going to be waiting forever. Looks like it. Big O, hoping this war does not affect our Russian players if we have any to continue a great run. Any thoughts? That's not going to affect the Russian players at all, my brother. It's the Russian people are fine. Now, the problem is if a player has a brother that is fighting, that would be the problem. You know what I mean? So, Biden was he was on a roll yesterday, right? Iranians instead of Ukrainians. Like, come on, dude. You have a teleprompter in front of you. And then the governor from Iowa, what's her name? Kim Reynolds. And she annihilated his ass right after. She made a lot of good points. You can't argue, man. So, oh man, that's it. It was a night. What can I tell you? It's politics. Whatever. They're all full of crap on every side. Let's see. Big O, how much Bitcoin would you accept to sleep with the Exorcist woman? What? Now, do I get the Exorcist woman before the Exorcist? Like, you know, like the real one? Because she's actually a good-looking girl back in the day. $999,999 of Bitcoin. That'll be fine. Because you're giving it to me now at, 44, 45,000. It'll be 300, 400,000 in a few years. So that 1 million you're giving me turns into 4, 5, 6 million. Good. It's rock and roll. 1 million and I'm sleeping with Miss Green Peas. Big O, do you dollar cost average your crypto purchases? Yes, I do DCA. I DCA'd this entire dip right now on Bitcoin. Always. You don't know when the bottom is. A buddy of mine was like, no, I'm waiting for it to go to 33 or 30. I'm like, are you serious? Like, so if you buy it at 35, do you think when it's 300,000, you're going to be arguing with your buddy, oh, I got it at 33, I got it at 35. What's the difference, dude? What's the difference? So you waited and it never happened. Meanwhile, the rest of us loaded up at 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. So you dollar cost average on the way down. You just don't know when the bottom is going to hit. And like I told him, and if it hits, then you keep buying. But if it doesn't and it goes like it did now you're sitting pretty because you took advantage of it when it was in the 30s. And if there's another dip, which there could be because this is such a parabolic run that there's going to be something to come back a little bit. So you got to be careful there. Some guy tweeted me out, I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday. So should I buy in now? And I just sent them back laughing faces. It's like, dude, were you listening to me? You should have been buying since 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So you're making money now already. I mean, you realize anybody that bought it at 35, any of you that have I'm a working stiff, so I can only put in a couple bucks. But those of you that can put in thousands and thousands of dollars, can you imagine? Those of you that put it in at 35 and it comes to 45, 44, you dump it. You made yourself a hell of a lot of money. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do that. I'd hold it long term and be patient, but I'm just saying. Depends. Scariest movie ever. My cousin made me watch it when I was 12 years old. The scene where she walks down the stairs like a spider. Yeah. And considering how old it is, that's the other thing. Derek Shipley is asking me, Big O, would you sleep with Tannehill for the Dolphins to win the Super Bowl? What kind of a question is that? I mean, what's wrong with you people? You're asking me to sleep with Tannehill? You're asking me to sleep with the Exorcist bitch? I mean, come on. What's wrong with you people? What happened to Halle Berry? Why can't you make it pleasurable for me? Sofia Vergara. I don't know. I mean, pick someone that's attractive here. Why you people got to make me suffer here? Damn. You guys are cruel, man. Next thing you want is for Iggy Azalea to sit on my face with that ginormous ass of hers and suffocate me to death. That woman can block out the sun now with that extended ass of hers. You know, I was thinking about this with Iggy Azalea. We could create now the ass drive-in show, right? And then what we do is screen 1 is Iggy Azalea. Screen 2, we put Kim Kardashian, right? Screen 3, Nicki Minaj, right? For us Latin folks, screen 4, Edis Chacon. Like, you don't need screens. These women just bend over and just show the film. That's it. I mean, like, it's life size, isn't it? I don't think I've been to a drive-in theater that has a bigger screen than Nicki Minaj's ass. I'm just saying, it would be one of the hottest drive-in theaters in the history of the world, right? Oh, I watched the new Bond flick. Where? Oh, on Serena's ass. Yeah, she was at the swap shop. It was screen number 4. There you go. I watched The Exorcist on Minaj's ass. And there you go. And these are things that I think of that I just think it would bring a lot of attention. Listen, I've said for many years, J-Lo and Serena are part owners of the Dolphins. You can use both their asses as the roof of the stadium. Hottest roof on the planet. Fantastic. Think about that. I mean, the ass drive-in, the big ass drive-in show, right? The big ass drive-in theater. That's what it should be called, right? The big ass drive-in theater at the swap shop. By the way, did I leave out any big asses that belong there, like with those professional big asses that we just talked about? I'm wondering. I'm thinking. Lucy Lawless, she doesn't belong anywhere there. She doesn't have the kind of ass that belongs there. I don't know. Are we talking about the same? Is there a rapper or some girl named Lucy Lawless that's got a big ass? I'm thinking Xena, right? Isn't that Xena, Princess Warrior? Isn't that her? She's not Mrs. Ass. Everyone slips in speech criticizing for that is dumb. I know, but it's still funny. I still laughed my ass off when he said Iranians instead of Ukrainians. And then there's some scream in the background. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, dude, no. These folks needed you to say Ukrainian. It was just terrible timing to say Iranian. Oh, God. That was terrible. Yeah, but the other thing, Lisa, is everybody slips in speeches. Joe Biden doesn't slip in speeches. Joe Biden trips, falls, somersaults, breaks every bone in his body. Joe Biden is the Evel Knievel off the Las Vegas Caesars fountain jump in speeches. And for those of you that don't know what the hell I'm talking about because you're too young, just look on YouTube, Evel Knievel, Caesar's Fountain Jump, and watch how he lands. That's Joe Biden in speeches right there. Okay? It's not one stumble. It's not one bumble. It's a matter of breaking 800 bones in your body because you're just rumbling and a stumbling and a bumbling and oh man. His mispronunciations of words, his slurring of words, he's a disaster. As a speaker, he's a disaster. The last two guys we've had, one was extremely limited in his vocabulary, said the same things over and over again, and then this one stumbles and bumbles. Yeah, not necessarily the guys you really want, Irving says, I draw the line with the Exorcist girl because at least it's a female and it was related to crypto as a punchline. Y'all made it weird with Tannehill. LOL. Well, if you know Derek Shipley, nothing about that man is normal. Nothing. The weirdest questions I get from that dude on DM, all the time. Weird. So what you saw now on the chat board, I'm telling you, it gets weirder behind the scenes. All right. So yeah, it's kind of don't blame the general public, just blame Derek for the twisted way that he thinks. Linda Blair with the spinning around the head exorcist was a wild movie back in the day. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Double features at the Cheeky Drive-In. There you go. Somebody's doing a lot of making out. All right, so we got, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a really quick break here. Let's start off hour number 2. I want to get into a little Miami Dolphins talk. I saw something about the coach. There's a lot of things I like, but there's a couple things that I saw that I definitely want to talk about. We do that next.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, Management, Sponsors, or Website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome aboard. And we are back, hour number 2 of the program. Appreciate all of you, as always, for keeping it locked here on the show. Thank you all out there, as always. And appreciate everyone. Hey, Nature Bee, proud sponsor of our program. I tell you all the time about the power of pollen, and right now you can get it. The power of pollen, a 1-month supply, a 2-month supply, a 3-month supply, 6-month supply, whatever you want to get, and you're going to get free shipping. Okay, shipping's expensive. And use the code Big O. naturebee.com. We've been telling you about Nature Bee. I've been talking about Nature Bee for 20 years because I've been taking it for 20 years. Jeff Buck, all the great people out there. They, I mean, just always. Well, Mike Buck, that is, and Jeff, obviously, Jeff Cook and Mike Buck. Great people. Been associated with them for a long time, and obviously, I've known Jeff forever. And my daughter's been taking Nature Bee since she was a kid because it's all natural, made in clean, green New Zealand, not with a bunch of scientists or, some guy in a lab coat creating it from some chemical. No, dude, this comes from Mother Earth right there. Nature Bee. It's pure plant pollen, okay? And it's so good, you can break the capsule up and actually drink the powder straight up. You can't do that with most things. You'll be throwing up. Nature Bee, it's so good, so pure that it tastes great. Okay, so order it, folks. And whether I want you to go on there. Oh, by the way, the wrinkle cream, my wife loves it. I forgot to mention the wrinkle cream. I haven't mentioned it because I get it from my wife every couple of months. So she loves the wrinkle cream also. So just in case, guys, if you go on there and you order your Nature Bee, and maybe your wife uses some kind of wrinkle cream, I'm telling you, this one is really, really good. The soap is awesome. It smells so good every morning, that soap. The lip balm, they've got all kinds of great things. But check it out on the website, naturebee.com, and put my code in if you want to buy any plant pollen so you can feel the energy every day, all throughout the day. I love it because it boosts my immune system. I rarely get a cold because I enjoy the 2 golden capsules from Nature Bee. naturebee.com. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. And order some soap also. See, I already took the other half because I had to. I already ran out. That means I got to order now. So I can stay ahead, make sure I have my soap. So I love the soap. Soap is so good. It smells so good, man. God. Anyway. Carol City 305 says we need to build more draft capital for this year's draft day and next year's draft day. Trade X, Byron Jones, and Devontae Parker sign New England free agents cornerback J.C. Jackson and re-sign Nick Needham. Well, I like Nick Needham as a slot guy. I don't like Nick Needham on the outside. It's different. So I would not, Carol City 305, I don't think they need to trade that many people. First of all, I don't even think, I don't even know if you'll get, no. I don't think you get anything for Devontae Parker. Nobody trades for Devontae Parker. His salary is unacceptable. What you have to do with Devontae Parker is cut him and sign him on a minimum deal with incentives. And if he wants that, fine. If he doesn't, he can leave and get the hell out of here. I think they're going to trade X, not Byron Jones, actually. That's what I think is going to end up happening. We shall see. Unless there's something behind the scenes that I don't know about, that all of a sudden X is not going to be crying for more money and all that kind of stuff. Unless there's something like that that I don't know about, but I would probably trade X because that's the guy that's going to bring you picks. Plus, the knee scopes still make me nervous that eventually I think those knees are going to give out, and that's going to be a real issue for me. Kevin Bear says, Nature B is for me. That's right. Damn right. Xavier Combs says, please don't make that guy a GM. Dougie Fresh. Oh, is there an axiom? A team takes on a personality of their coach. In all of your experiences with coaches and teams, is there truth to that? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes, there's no doubt about it. Put it this way. Riley, since he instilled the hard-nosed style that's kind of been carried on with all the other coaches with the Miami Heat. Not that Spo is known like he looks like that guy. He looks like a cerebral guy more than anything else. But still, he's a guy that demands defense just off of what Riley did. So a lot of what you see from the Heat comes from Riley. So that whole attitude that organization has comes from Riley. Class, blue-collar, hard work. It's funny because Riley is both. Riley is Armani suit and blue-collar style. It's not either or with him, where it is for most people. Riley brings it both because that's who he was as a player. And then his persona developed as a coach with everything else, looking super sharp, the suits, all of that. But the dog came out in him always. While he was fighting on the court with referees, whatever, he made sure that his players also had the same kind of fight. Don Shula. I mean, Don Shula, he was a tough dude. His teams were tough. They wouldn't give up if Doug Peterson was the quarterback or if it was Woodstock. It didn't have to be Marino or Greasy. That team was always going to be tough if Jim Jensen had to fill in, or if Jim Jensen had to play tight end or H-back, or if it was Zonka, or if it was whatever. There was always toughness to everything that Shula brought to the table. You know what I mean? So, yes, I think it happens a lot in sports where teams do inherit the personality of their coach, good or bad, by the way. And sometimes they have a personality of their own that's aside from the coach. But I've watched it. I've watched coaches change the personality and culture of teams. And Riley, for me, was the perfect example of that. The second he took over, everything changed about the Miami Heat. Everything. The demeanor, the disposition, the commitment. It was going to be there every single day. So, yeah, it happens. Let's see what else. I think Parker and Gesicki are gone. Probably right, Derek. Alexander Rene Diaz says, do you think that maybe we can unload some of this draft capital and use them in pieces to trade for a Calvin Ridley or do a Metcalf? Alexander, I personally would not do that. I would sign a guy straight up as a free agent. I would not use my draft capital to trade for somebody that you also have to pay money. To me, that's not good business, unless it's a quarterback. If it's a quarterback, because that's the game-changing position of all in all of pro sports, okay, that one I can understand. If you can actually acquire a franchise quarterback, you got to give up picks and money. I understand that. A wide receiver, go draft it. Go sign it in free agency. Don't go giving picks for a wide receiver or even a running back. And then you also have to pay them. That doesn't make any sense to me. because you lose two ways. You lose your cap space and you lose your draft capital. I'm not for that. I'm signing them in free agency where I'm only losing, cap space. I'm drafting them because then I'm only losing draft capital. But I'm not going to do both. That's not good business sense in my eyes. You got a great receiver in Waddle. Find another one, right? You found a great safety in Minka. You were forced to trade him. You went and found another one in Holland. So you can do it. Go get another receiver. Sign him in free agency that he's already proven, or draft him. And by the way, this is a very deep draft for wide receivers. A lot of people feel you're going to get wide receivers into the second day. Some will even sneak into the third day of the draft. And we will be covering the draft wall to wall in Las Vegas. Okay? Wall to wall in Las Vegas. By the way, I do want to welcome aboard KSDT CPAs. They are a new sponsor of our program. And, I'm a crypto guy. So I got to move over to an accounting firm that also handles crypto and excels in crypto. And they've got 16 full partners, 150 staff, over 10,000 clients. They provide tax, accounting, audit, advisory services, a broad range of individual and business clients in almost every industry. They cover it all. KSDT, proud sponsor of our program, and looking forward to working with them. We're going to be broadcasting from the KSDT offices. And if, we are headed for tax season now. If you're looking for a CPA for your home, for your business, a personal or business, and crypto, all right, because they've got a couple of guys, they've got a crypto department, because that's kind of what changed in my life. I had to change my accounting ways because I have crypto now. So I have to also, file crypto. 305-670. That's 305-670-3370. If you want to call them, you can also go to the website, ksdtcpa.com. That's ksdtcpa.com. Proud new sponsor of our program. And if I know a lot of you are into crypto and you got to do your taxes, call KSDT, man. And make sure you mentioned us. All right. Mention that we sent you. Okay. Good people. Thank you out there to KSDT joining us here on the program. And they got their own they got their own race car. That's badass. That's badass. I love that. Two Extreme says a lot of teams are going to be purging their rosters because of their salary cap issues. There will be good players available as free agents this offseason. No need to trade unless it's for an O lineman. And even that, I think you can get in free agency, my brother. But, I got to tell you, Two Extreme, I said quarterback. I got to lean on, because if Tunsil becomes available, I would gladly trade my 29th pick in the draft for Laramie Tunsil right now. I move Eichenberg to right tackle where he belongs. I have settled my tackle position. I go sign Jensen from the Tampa Bay Bucks. And all of a sudden now, with Hunt there, I am now settling in, I believe, on 4 of my 5 positions. Because I like Hunt. And as I've told you, the NFL people that I've talked to, they like Eichenberg. They disagree with anybody that thinks that Eichenberg can't play. And they're all convinced that he's a right tackle. So if my guys are right, Eichenberg will take a step forward to this year by moving him to right tackle where he will excel, they feel. And these are people that have coached linemen telling me this. So we'll see. So to Extreme, I stand corrected. I said quarterback I would trade for, but I would trade for a left tackle. You nailed it. Not a guard, not a center, but a left tackle. I would definitely trade for one. They're so valuable. You know what I mean? I just feel like if you fix the line, a lot of the ills go away on the offense. And then if you actually have brains on the sidelines that know how to design offenses, we're home free, dude. We're home free. You know, I'm not worried about Tua. You give him a line in a running game, you're not gonna touch him much. And he's smart enough to get rid of it before he already did it this year with a terrible line. Can you imagine once he has a real good line, the few times somebody sneaks through, he'll get rid of it right away like Marino did. So that'll be good. And he'll avoid injuries, which is the only thing I ever worry about with him is durability. You get to a line, it's over. Dolphins will be a hell of a team. I really believe that, but you got to get that line solved. So, too extreme, you got me, dude. You got me. Quarterback or left tackle, I would trade a pick for that. Yes. Yes. Now, I'm not trading for quarterback here in our case, but what I'm saying is in the Dolphins case, in other words, left tackle would be the only one that I would actually have to make a move for if I'm the Dolphins. That would make sense. Yeah. Eichenberg at right tackle, Hunt at right guard, sign the Pro Bowl center, let guys have compete at the left guards, and sign a stud left tackle. Or trade, like Tunsil. That would be awesome. You trade for Tunsil, sign Jensen, then things start to really fall into place for this football team. I at least I feel. Let's see. Statistics show that Tua struggled more when he had more pocket. All right. Well, I saw a guy that if he had time, he could actually find people and make plays. I saw a guy that had one of the better percentages in deep balls. So I still, I guess that's where we split on the tour. That see, and here's the other thing. I don't just go by stats. Anybody that leans on just stats, you got to watch the games and you got to watch the player and then watch the problems. We had tons of people saying, "Oh no, it's personnel." And why? Because one person says it, another person says it, and then everybody repeats it like a parrot. Meanwhile, I'm trying to convince people that it was actually coaching. And eventually people figured it out when they started thinking for themselves. Coaching was killing this team. So I think that will change all of the dynamics of what's going on with the Miami Dolphins. That's kind of the way I look at it. All right, by the way, we got the Heat tonight against Milwaukee. Did you miss Inside the Paint? Inside the Paint, the boys talked a lot about the Miami Heat today, obviously, and the NBA. If you missed it, we will have it podcasted for you, audio and video. You'll be able to catch that after the show. Boys did a great job, as always, between 9 and 10 a.m. every Wednesday. Panthers are off tonight. Thursday, they take on the Senators at FLA Live Arena. And I'm expecting the Panthers to bounce back with a vengeance tomorrow against the Senators. Get a little honey and lemon in. I want to talk a little bit about Mike McDaniel and Hal Habib from the Palm Beach Post had an article. Now, before I talk about this, okay, and I understand that it's all talk right now and things have to be proven overall. And man, I get it. I totally understand all of that. But there has been something missing here for a long time on offense. And identity is one, conviction is another, and obviously execution is one of the reasons why a lot of that also, falls by the wayside. And we have been frustrated as a Dolphin nation watching this offense year in and year out. A couple years ago, at least, Chan got something out of the offense and they did pretty well. But overall, it's been pretty painful to watch. Now we're hoping that with the expertise that they brought in on the O-line, with McDaniel's history with Shanahan, and we're hoping that things start to change on the offensive side of the ball. And Mike McDaniel was interviewed by, writers over at the Combine, and Hal had an interesting quote from a Q&A session he had with him. And he told Hal, he said, our foundation will be very convicted, and will be very committed to it. And there will be an identity. And I love that fact because there hasn't been that conviction. There hasn't been that dedication to the run. And to me, and I know that, Omar talks about this all the time over the years that he's been on with me, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think it's something that becomes the best friend for any quarterback in the history of time, a running game. And when you can run, that changes everything. That allows you to possess the ball. That allows play action to open up. That frees up your quarterback to have more time, because even when he doesn't hand it off, it takes the linebackers that half second to kind of figure out that it's not a run, and then they've got to now defend the pass. And that half second gives your quarterback, whoever it is, a major advantage. And to hear him say that our foundation will be very convicted and will be very committed to it, and that there will be an identity, it's because in his heart, that's what he believes about the running game. And I think we've needed that for a long, long time. Jimmy Johnson's a guy that I'm very critical of on the Dolphins side, okay? He did all right with the Canes, but on the Dolphins side, he was pretty mediocre, did a good job of building the defense, but the way he tore up that offense was unacceptable. But I'll give him credit in this sense. He wanted to run the Dallas offense in Miami without the Dallas offensive line, without Emmitt Smith. But I give him credit at least on this. With the line that he did have and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he was committed to it. And he stayed committed to it. Even if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a mediocre running back, on his best day, he might have been average. But he wasn't ever going to be a really good back in this league. But I did give him credit for the fact that he stayed with it no matter what, and the defense always had to prepare for it. And we've had way too many coaches that over time have kind of given up on it. And that changes the whole dynamics of your offense, your offensive play calling. It puts your quarterback in a really difficult position. Marino could handle it, but that's Marino. Those are freaks. Most quarterbacks are not going to be able to handle it. They're just not. So I love to hear the coach, and I know it's all talk right now. But if they really show that conviction, that's going to take this offense to, put it this way, if they're successful in that conviction, the Dolphins will be a playoff team this year. Because I know Tua will do his job. But if you tell me the offensive line and the running game are going to do their jobs, then all of a sudden, things change. So I love hearing that he's going to have the kind of conviction that you need in order to succeed offensively. Ron on the all-night telethon says, Good morning, Big O from Northern California. I love it. Love Northern California. Big D, good morning. I guess he's out in the West Coast also. Although no, it's still 11:37 here, so yeah, it's still morning everywhere actually. All question: would you trade the 29th pick? Oh, that already happened. Already talked about that, Alexander. You've been on. I don't know why you're asking that. I just talked about that. We do not repeat content. We're not lazy here. We don't believe in that. It's a digital world. So rewind a little bit, Alexander. I thoroughly went through that question. Let me have a little honey and lemon here. Got to talk. Got to make sure the pipes are lubricated, man. The dogs are going crazy. Somebody must be at the door. Damn. Telling you. Let me check my Sloman shield. Let me check my front door. See what's going on. That's what I love about my Sloman shield, man. I can check out anything. I can see what's going on. I can see if somebody delivered something. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. I can go through the recording history. It's nice. It's nice. So nice. By the way, remember our Sloman shield right there. And right now, what we can do is the first 40 Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. And the doorbell camera, by the way, connects to your Sloman shield, which is a beautiful thing. So what are you waiting for, folks? 1-800-ALARM-ME. We also have the link below. So if you want to hit the link below, you can just go directly there. But our Sloman shield and that doorbell camera, it is connected directly to your smartphone. And like I just did right now, I can check the cameras outside of my house. I can check the front door, the doorbell camera, which we're going to give you free. I can check my downstairs camera to check on why are the dogs going crazy. And are the two big dogs, like wrestling or something? They don't really fight, but they do terrorize, and it's two big dogs. What are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, right now, the first 40 Big O listeners can get yourself a free doorbell camera that connects to your smartphone and your Sloman shield. Plus, we're going to give you a professional installation, folks. And you're going to get our low-cost central station monitoring. You're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Are you kidding me? You're going to be completely covered, and you're going to love it. It's so easy to use. It has all kinds of features. And if those of us that have had alarms for years, you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes one of the sensors will go out, and then you can't use your entire alarm system. Do you have a system like that? Well, at Sloman's, they understand that you can actually go into that specific sensor, turn it off, so you can turn on your entire alarm system because you have motion detectors inside the house anyway. So let's say, the second floor window or whatever on your house, that sensor got bad, a couple years from now. Well, then you turn it off, you call Sloman's, they come in, they change it right away. But for the time being, your alarm's working just fine because all you can do, you can turn off the individual sensors. That's freaking amazing. Makes life easy for you all out there. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Use your Sloman shield, baby. 1-800-ALARM-ME. What we can do is sign 5 alarmos to protect Tua. Right there. Think about this. We get 5 alarmos. Did you watch the 300? How they all got together, and when they band together and they put all the shields together and they were like waiting, and then they'd open up and stab people and all that. Well, that's what we get all 5 guys, they shield together and they move in that zone, and that's it, dude. It's the wall of Montezuma for Tua. So I say we get 5 alarmos. We get 5 alarmos, we're in. We're all the way in. It's a beautiful thing. All right. The Welt and Rayom text line is 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Big O, you need meds, brother, or mods. What's mods or meds? I don't know. I'm on meds. High blood pressure, do have meds. I don't know what mods are. Is it a mod squad? Or are you talking about the webcam chats? We blocked them out. We usually get them. We get them pretty quickly. Big O, would you trade a pick for a top-tier middle linebacker if available in free agency, or would you rather draft? Draft. Ray says, are you ready to disclose your hair restoration product, Big O? We're waiting for an answer from the company. Okay? Because think about this. If the company says yes, right, we'll get a discount code for you so you can get a discount when you buy it. Okay? And then I'll show you. I'll talk to Al today to see if he's heard back from the hair restoration people. And because I'm amazed. It works. It's crazy, dude. So I will reveal shortly. Okay? Because I'm actually, obviously I want to create some business. So that's what I'm here for. I'm here to do sports and do sports talk, but I also have a business to run. You know what I mean? And we want to travel. We want to have insiders. We want to, we want to give you a real radio show every single day. And so I think it's fair that before I promote them, right? I say, hey, man, if you want me to promote you, I will, So there you go. So I'm waiting. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to end up getting it because it really works. And there's a lot of you out there that some of you have hair issues way younger than me. I started losing my hair in my 50s, dude. I still have color in my, full color in my hair at 55, which is nuts. A bunch of my friends were like, dude, do you dye your hair? And it's like, no, dude, I don't dye my hair. That's it. That's my hair. I have some grays, you'll see a couple in there, but I've been really, really lucky that my color of my hair has stayed, all the way to 55. And then now's when I started developing not now, 2 years ago, I started developing the natural yarmulke. And so now I showed the pictures. I've covered up 75% of the yarmulke. So I've got a little patch that's left. And I don't know if that one's going to grow out or not, but it's filled out more than I ever expected. I showed people the before and afters last week. A lot of you freaked out. Joel, you say nature B and you might be joking around. I think there might be something to that. Because I've taken it for 20 years, dude. So maybe plant pollen has helped. I can't tell you that that's the case. I know that they talk, I know because I feel it. Energy, my immune system. I have less colds ever since I've taken Nature B. That is a guaranteed fact that I get less colds because of Nature B. But I can't tell you that your hair is going to stay colorful if you take Nature B. I cannot say that. This might be just really genes. It might be just that I'm lucky. That's all. That's it. It might be pure freaking luck more than anything else. All right. But this growing back, wow. That's nuts. By the way, are any of you going to go to a little Greta Van Fleet? Greta Van Fleet, the tickets went on sale. My buddy has not called me to tell me what's going on, but they are going to be touring Greta Van Fleet. There you go. Let me take that off right there. And just in case, if you want to see them, the tickets went on sale today. I just saw them with Metallica. They were opening up. Actually, it was Metallica. No, it was Greta. Then it was Cage the Elephant. Then it was Metallica, of course. So they're coming. This is his headlines. So they're headlining in Jacksonville on October 21st. So any of you out there in Jacksonville, I would love to go to that concert. They're going October 22nd to Estero. I will be at that concert. That's at that little hockey arena. I've been there to a couple concerts. I love going to a concert there. So I'm going to go see Greta there. And then they're in Hollywood at the Hard Rock on the 25th, going to that one also. And then they're in Tampa on the 26th. I'm not going to that. But, you know, if, in a perfect world, I'd go to Jacksonville, Estero, Hollywood, and Tampa. Bill and I, rest in peace. I love you, brother. I miss you every day, man. Bill and I, the last time Greta came through Florida, we went to see them at Bayfront. We saw them in Orlando at an amphitheater. I forgot the name of that place. And then we saw them in Jacksonville at Daly's Place, which, by the way, again, for the folks in Jacksonville, Daly's Place, too much echo in there, man. I don't know what you guys got to do, but you got to fix the acoustics at Daly's Place. Just to warn you, if you're going to, if you ever, you love a band and you want to see them multiple times in the state, and one of them is in Jacksonville, if it's at Daly's Place, I'm just going to warn you ahead of time. The acoustics there are not that good. The music bounces around too much, and there's too much of an echo. It is one of the coolest concepts ever for a concert, Daly's Place, because it's right off of the stadium and they kind of use this back end of it. But the problem is the way it's covered up. It's super cool and it's got a great vibe, but the music bounces around too much echo. So I don't know if they can deaden the sound a little bit more, but they need to do it a lot over in Daly's Place. The Everblades Stadium. That's it, Chuck Cooper. Estero, the Everblades. Exactly. But they took the guy out of the, I think the hockey guy coming out of the wall is no longer there, right? If I'm correct. I want to say they took that out. That last time I drove by there, I looked at the arena and the hockey dude was out. Am I right? Did they take it out? Somebody help me out with that. Or am I wrong? Dude, I have a full patch going. We need to harvest your generic code for hair. Oh, man. Wait, is hair restoration a cosmetic surgery? No, this is not cosmetics. There's no surgery involved. It's just a routine you do every 2 days. Again, I don't want to tell you yet, and I know I'm sorry about that. But once I get an answer, I'll tell you eventually, okay? You know what I'll probably do? It'll probably be all by DM. I'm not even going to do it publicly. So they don't deserve it if they don't want to. I mean, how do you not want me to be your pitch guy? Like, it's real. That's the only reason I would actually back it up is because I know it works. If it didn't work, I wouldn't back it up. Like, if these people would have approached me ahead of time, I'd have said, no, dude, I need to try it first. And I started in April. So it's taken several months, but you got to have patience. At first, it wasn't like, I didn't see a damn thing. And then it started, and I was like, wait a minute. And then, like, it got crazy, man. It got crazy. See Metallica with Avenge and Volbeat. I saw that one at Hard Rock Stadium. We saw that one. So there you go. Little Greta. If you want to go see Greta Van Fleet, you can do that. And you can enjoy a 10th anniversary Prodomo cigar also at the same time. There you go, which is a beautiful thing. Enjoy yourselves a Prodomo cigar, which is always a fantastic smoke. Remember the Welt and Realm text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 1 o'clock. And we will have, Alex Chiswick is going to join us at 12:30. He is the head of listings for OK Coin. Obviously, we broadcast from the OK Coin studios every single day here. Here's the interesting part about Alex that when he joins us at 12:30. He is Ukrainian. And that conversation is going to be very interesting, how he's handling everything right now. And, I don't know, family, friends, all those kind of things. He must be torn in all kinds of directions. So the head of listings from OK Coin will join us at 12:30. We'll talk a little crypto, and we'll definitely obviously get into what's going on with him and, you know, his thoughts on this war and Putin's disgraceful acts. So we will definitely talk to him at 12:30 for all of that. So appreciate all of you out there as always, man. Thank you for always supporting us here on the program. Remember, folks, let me go over the Welt and Realm text line, because if I'm telling you to chime in and you're sending me a text, because I know that on the chat board there's a lot of people at times, and sometimes your questions can get lost in the shuffle. This McDaniel offensive game plan makes me wish we would have drafted Najee Harris. Would have been very fun for offense to watch. It would have, not last year, because he wasn't great with the Steelers, right? He wasn't like tearing it up. He had some moments, but it was rough because they were rough. Maybe now it would get better for him here if they do improve the offensive line. But backs are a dime a dozen, dude. It's not like Najee Harris was the last great back that you were going to get. So don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. Seeing how Florio has this obsession with dumping Tua, I think it shows how good Tua's accuracy actually is. He must have hit Florio's wife dead center. Orlando, how about after 50 years, we're going to finally do it with a relentless running game with an incredibly efficient, smart QB. It's happening. It's going to be nice, man. If this comes together the way it should, it would be really, really nice. Big O, we're visiting Miami in early March. Will you be hosting a radio event for listeners with the esteemed Dolphin reporters at Champs? Well, we are going to be at Champion Sports Bar. We're going to be doing a couple of Heat watch parties, we think, monthly. We're also going to be doing a Wednesday show there. All right? And it's an afternoon show. So we're going to have drink specials for you and everything. All right? So, yeah. Well, we're going to be doing some stuff there. So when you visit us in early March, we might, we'll be at Hialeah Park on a Thursday. We could be at Champs on a Wednesday. We could be at Acura on a Friday. We could be at Caneswear also during the week, or this week we're there on a Saturday. I can't tell you exactly, you say early March. I don't know exactly what date that is. But all you got to do is follow the show every day. Follow it on Twitter, and you'll know exactly where we're going to be. I'm not hard to find. Every day we telegraph exactly where we're going and what we're going to do, so you'll know everything going on with the show. Sean, really enjoying the wrestling show. Was pleasantly surprised because I thought you were going to only focus on current wrestling, which, as you know, I think is garbage. I do like Ronda Rousey, though. You can also tell they worked with her on her and then brought her up to speed. When she first arrived and feuded with Stephanie McMahon, they had some good matches. Was impressed with Stephanie, too. She was much better than I expected. Keep up the good work. Yeah, baby. So Steve Chapman chiming in, helping out Sean yesterday. That was good. That was good. Nice to see you guys supporting Sean. And for you wrestling fans, you don't have a show like this where after every wrestling, event, you're going to have somebody talking about it. That's actually really, really cool. Big O, for sure, you are one of the ones who tell it like it is. I can appreciate that. So people do not want to stare at the truth when it's been in their face for years now. Thank you, a Dolphin fan friend. Now, I've been going over this free agency stuff now in my head for a minute. And one fantastic option would be Cordarrelle Patterson. He fits perfectly in this scheme when you look at his talent and abilities. Plus, he's not going to demand an outrageous dollar amount. What are your thoughts on this, my Dolphin friend? We have talked about this, and he would be perfect. Cordarrelle Patterson can help you in nobody's Deebo Samuel. Nobody will be Deebo Samuel. There's very few guys like that. But he can do some of those things, and he can also be your returner since you lost him to Chicago when you traded him. So I would love Cordarrelle Patterson here for the Miami Dolphins. All right? So I am 1,000% with you, my man, on the Welt and Rayom text line. Oh, so Shad says Brady or Rodgers would need an O-line and a running game. Wow, that was hilarious how you turned on him. Nice job. Well, I mean, I love Joe Shad, but, it's kind of, look, we're friends. I'm friends with all these guys. So you're buddies with people, right? So you can call out your buddies. And that's what I'm going to do. If I disagree with them, I'm going to say I disagree with them. This is not the radio show where we're going to just go with fluff. And I don't do that kind of stuff. And so, I love Joe, but you can tell he is not a Tua guy. And yesterday was a beautiful example of that when he goes, well, they could acquire Brady or Rodgers, but they've got to improve the line and they've got to get a running game and all that. And then I stopped him in his tracks and I said, so wait a minute. So we only have to improve the line and the running game for them, but for Tua, we don't. So we judge Tua without a line and a running game. But you want to get an elite quarterback and you want to give him everything, but you want to get rid of Tua and you can't judge him because you don't give him everything. You know what I mean? And that moment, I think Joe caught him. I caught him, and then he got to then focus on himself for a moment and say, yeah, that's pretty unfair what I just said. Because you can't say, well, let's go acquire an elite quarterback, and then let's go also acquire all these pieces for the elite quarterback to win. But then you've got Tua, and you're crapping on the guy, and those of us that believe in him are trying to tell you, dude, there's no coaching, no line, no running game. How do you expect anybody to win on here? So it's so awesome that conversation that even Joe Shad actually added fuel to our fire because he knew the Dolphins were so bad that even an elite quarterback needs a line and a running game to win. So what do you think Tua needs? And that's where he got a little bit exposed on that one. And I love Joe Shad, but I gotta call him out. And if you want, you can listen to that conversation. It's there on the podcast. It's there on video, audio, however you want it. Because, Sean, not only is he a wrestler, he's also a chef with a Ginsu knife. And he is slicing it all up. But that moment, Joe kind of got exposed again that, dude, you gave up on Tua. You're not objective when it comes to Tua. So so you want to acquire an elite quarterback, but you understand that Miami doesn't have the talent. And see, that's the funny part. Let's put Brady behind all these guys. Yeah, he might win a game more than Tua, but he's still going to get killed. He might not even survive the season. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers might do a little better, but he's not winning no championship with this team. He might win one more game. He has a better team in Green Bay, and he can't even get it done there. That to me is the ground zero problem with all of this, is that he's just not looked at fairly by a lot of people. And that's just wrong on every level. By the way, Prodomo Cigars is going to have a big event in Pompano Beach on March 12th in a couple of weeks from 1 to 5 p.m. at Smoke Inn in Pompano Beach. So I've been to that Smoke Inn in Pompano Beach. That is a badass cigar bar. Beautiful place. So check it out. Smoke Inn, usually, most Smoke Inns are actually awesome. That's a really good company. That's one of our better cigar bar type places in South Florida. Smoke Inn does an excellent job. So they will have a Prodomo event March 12th, 1 to 5 p.m. So check it out there if you're a Prodomo cigar fan. And don't forget also to check out their retail store right off the Palmetto, man. I've been telling you about the retail store. You never know. You could run into to Nick there and say hi to Nick Prodomo. Nick Jr. is also there at times. So if you get a chance, go by the retail store right off of 57th Avenue in the Palmetto. It's 5150 Northwest 167th Avenue, right off of 57th Avenue in the Palmetto. You can see it when you go by there east or west. When you travel by the Palmetto on the 57th Avenue side, you can see on the south side of it, you'll see Prodomo Cigars there just after about 2 blocks right after the Home Depot. Okay. Amazing. I didn't say like, I'm trying to think of, well, there isn't a food. No, maybe that's why the fat guy didn't go with the food place, because there's no food there. So it's just a gas station or the Home Depot. But there are hot dogs spinning on the grill there. No, but seriously, check out the retail store. They've got all the cigars there. You're going to love it. Plus, you never know. You might meet Nick Perdomo. Tell him that Big O sent you. They'll take care of you. Okay. Robert Triana says, Big O, if I can't buy using crypto direct, how can I cash out and go through my bank if it's limiting my cash? I think that's why people are confused. You don't go through your bank, bro. You are the bank. You know that, right? What you do is you can dump it into your bank card, your money. You have your bank card connected to your crypto account. So you buy your crypto, and then when you sell your crypto, you can put your money right back into your bank account. So it's your money. It doesn't come from the bank. It comes from you're just using your ATM card as a conduit to get it. Okay. Now, you could also, I don't have it here. You could also get, crypto.com is another one that I have their credit card, and their credit cards also can be used as an ATM card. So you can use that and take money out with that also. You don't even need a bank card. If you sign up on crypto.com, they have their own card, and you can use it as a credit card or a bank card. That's how I use it. Again, Robert, it's all about education and understanding that you're on your own. You don't depend on the government and the banks. And that kind of freedom is priceless. So there's ways of doing it, very easy. It's not confusing at all. Go to crypto.com. You can actually use one of my links if you want at crypto.com. So you can get $25 free. When you sign up for the credit card, you get $25 free of Bitcoin. So if you want, send me a DM on Twitter, any of you that want to do that, and I'll give you the link for crypto.com, and you can then get the free $25. You can get the credit card, get Ruby Red, start with a Ruby Red, and knock yourselves out, man. Control it. So there's plenty of ways of doing it. It's just you got to understand how to do it. But it's super simple. Super, super simple. Morning, Big O from upstate New York. Jim Carrey or Adam Sandler? Wow. Aren't they two different comedians? Because Adam Sandler is a guy that is a comedian, and he makes you laugh with his dialogue. Jim Carrey is a body language comedian where he makes you laugh with his faces, his twitches, his, whatever he does with his body. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little different. It's two different types of comics. Okay. But if I had to lean on one person, I'm probably going to go Adam Sandler, because he's a comedian. He sings, not that he's a real singer, but what I'm saying is musically he does some stuff, and he's an actor. So his comedy has a little bit more of a variety, let's just say, over Jim Carrey. And nothing against Jim Carrey. Love Jim Carrey, dude. Love Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's like, he's Dick Van Dyke on steroids. Okay? Old people are the only ones that get that take. It's just one of those type of deals. I guess that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Jim Carrey's Jerry Lewis, yeah, there's another one. That's very good, dude. Jerry Lewis is another one that's like that. Yeah. Teams will want to get back in the first round and get Coral. We should move back and get 2 picks in the second round and get extra picks. Luke, I would not be surprised if we're on for 5 hours on Thursday night in Las Vegas, and after everything, we get to the 29th pick, and they say the Dolphins have traded out into the second round and have acquired an extra second rounder this year and a second rounder next year or something. I would not be surprised, Luke. I would not, because this is the kind of draft, just to kind of give you guys, like a little heads up on this draft. This is a really deep draft. It's not top end heavy. It's not considered like a draft where at the front end of the draft, there's like 5, 6, 7 studs that people got to have. No, it's not considered that. There's some really good players overall, but this is considered a really deep draft for wide receivers, for cornerbacks, for offensive linemen, for defensive ends. So they say that you're going to be able to get these kind of players into the second day. And some of them may fall into the third day. So considering that, Luke, after I'm hearing some of this stuff on how deep this draft is, that it's not really a top heavy, it's more of an even draft in the first couple of rounds, I can see exactly what you're talking about. Them trading out of that first round pick and picking up the 39th pick in the second round and an extra whatever pick in this year and then another one next year or something like. I can see them doing that. Yes. Yeah. You could be 1,000% right. No doubt. Because if you feel you're going to get the same player at 29 that you are at 39, then trade down. Get an extra pick. And that makes a lot of sense to me that they would do something like that. Unless, let's say, Houston is dead set on the 29th pick and they want it for Laramie Tunsil and they like somebody specifically there at 29 and they don't want to wait later on. So you have no choice. And if you want Tunsil and you want to settle your left tackle position, you do it. So, yeah, that could be the case. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back. We'll get ready for hour number 3 of the program right here on the Big O Radio Show. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. Their There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
To roll. It is hour number 3 of the program. Thank you all for tuning in. Alex Chizik is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour here at 12:30. He is the head of listings from OK Coin, so we'll talk a little crypto. But I'm also very interested because he's Ukrainian and living here, obviously, in this country and getting the great opportunities that this country allows all of us. Obviously, this is the greatest country in the world, but he has got to be torn, just like our Haitian community, just like our Cuban community right now. They deal with this for years, and they have to, a Venezuelan community. It's tough. And we know people in our lives, for those of us at least that live in South Florida, you have a Haitian friend, you have a Cuban friend, you have a Venezuelan friend that, you just worry about them, and what you see their constant concerns about what goes on in their country. And I can't imagine what Alex is going through right now. And every Ukrainian that isn't in that country and is somewhere else in the world watching what's going on as Russia obviously continues to terrorize them. It's just crazy. By the way, we got Pitt for Estero, so we are set for Greta Van Fleet in Estero. Yeah, baby, we're in the pit. My apologies. I'm not talking to you, sweetie. I'm in the pit. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I think he's working on the Hollywood tickets now. So we will see you in multiple places for Greta Van Fleet. The only thing I don't like is they have like 5 different bands opening up. Pretty Reckless is one of them. I would have liked to have gotten Pretty Reckless as the opening act because they're not bad. But we're not getting Pretty Reckless. The other bands we're getting, I have no idea who they are or anything. At least Pretty Reckless, I know, and they're pretty good. That would have added a little spice to the concert. But hey, man, if I get to see Greta, I'm fine. And we're going to go see him twice. So let's see on the first go around. This will be, after I see him twice, this will be 9 times that I've seen Greta in their short existence. Twice at Red Rocks, once in Jacksonville. Then I did the trip with Bill where we went to Jacksonville, Orlando, and Miami and Bayfront. That's 6, right? Yeah. So, no, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. So 2 Red Rocks, Jacksonville, Orlando, Miami, and then I seen him in Jacksonville twice because the other one was for Rockville, 6. And then then I saw him with Metallica. That's 7. And so now we'll watch him in Hollywood, 8, and Estero, 9. So 9 times already to go see my boys at Greta Van Fleet. Boy, these people with these bots, they are relentless. They just don't know we're more relentless than they are. That's all. Ron says, smash the like button for Big O in the show. Yes, please. It's very important that you smash the like button. Very, very important. So Mike McDaniel talked about 3 dinner guests that he would like to have a meal with. And the 3 guests were Michael Jordan, Benjamin Franklin, and Frank Sinatra. And he's a pretty young guy. So picking Ben Franklin would be very interesting Frank Sinatra, I'm also kind of intrigued at a young guy because I don't know if young people really look at Frank as cool. Like, of course, I look at Frank as cool because it's freaking Frank Sinatra and I know his history. You know what I'm saying? So everything's cool about Frank Sinatra. So come on, man. So, but Michael Jordan is one that I think would be on the list for a lot of people. And I obviously you guys can put it on the chat board, the three people that you'd like to have, dinner with. And for me, it was one of those where I was kind of torn, right? Because it depends on what we're talking about. Because I really want to talk to Steve Harris from Iron Maiden. I mean, I already have when I was a kid, but now as an adult, of course I want to talk to Steve Harris. Of course I want to talk to Bono or Edge. These are people that I definitely want to sit down and talk to. But then I start to think about, other things, and then I say, well, yeah, for sure I want to have a conversation with Walter Payton. I met him, but would love to hang out with him. You know what I mean? Would love to hang out with Marino. I mean, I've talked to Marino 100 times, right? In press conferences, all of that. And I've talked to him a few times away from those kind of things, just BSing for a couple of minutes, but never really got to hang out with him, And then I thought about Shula, but I'm thinking it would be like an awkward hanging out because I don't know if Shoes would be very welcoming. Like Pat Riley would be the guy that I want to hang out with because I could talk music. I can talk life. I can talk the world. I can talk politics. I can talk basketball. Like Riley is he's amazing. He's just one of those guys that's at another level. And then I start thinking about modern day today, right? And Charles Hodgkins from Cardano or Vitalik Buterin from what's it called? From Ethereum. These are people that in today's world, they're shaping what's coming now. Those are people that I'm interested in talking to. You know what I mean? Because the level, their vision is at another level. It's like Elon Musk. Sometimes I get pissed at him because he talks crap and he, makes the market move at times. But it's hard to argue that he's not interesting. It's hard to argue that he's not one of the most ballsy individuals you've ever met in your life because the things he's doing are all cutting edge and they all take an incredible amount of commitment and dedication to it because the naysayers are going to all be there for what you're trying to accomplish because they've never seen it before. So all of a sudden, so you're going to become a monster electronic car maker. Yeah, sure. Well, that he is. Oh, so now you're going to power homes by sure you are. There it is. And it just continues. Space travel, tunnels for traffic, whatever it is that this guy's his crazy ass is thinking of, but it's stuff that is going to make a difference in our lives eventually. And so I just kept thinking of more and more people that I could talk to. You know what I mean? And it was tough, but Michael Jordan, Frank Sinatra, and Benjamin Franklin. Damn. You still got that key, dude? And then they asked Mike McDaniel, and here's where Mike McDaniel now took it to the next level with me. And here's where I became a monster Mike McDaniel fan. He understands live music. So they asked him one band that you would want at your party, right? And he said, I'm a rap guy. I love rap. But he admitted this, which, there are some rap fans that are so butthurt at times that they won't admit it, but rap normally sucks live. It's just weak sauce live. And he mentioned it. He said, rap normally is not very good live. And he's right. There are very few rappers that you'll see live that it really sounds good and it grooves and all of that. it's usually not very good live rap. So then he said, well, because rap isn't as good live, probably something like Guns N' Roses or Metallica, he said. And I was like, that's it. This is my guy right here. This is my guy right here. He's committed to the run. He's going to build up that line. He's going to help Tua out. And he's going to bring Guns N' Roses or Metallica to a party. That's my kind of guy right there. It's my kind of guy right there. I like it. Way to go, Mike McDaniel. Way to go. Can't argue with Guns N' Roses or Metallica. I might bring Iron Maiden myself, but I mean, what's nothing wrong with Guns N' Roses or Metallica. I'll travel for those guys. Chuck Cooper wants Original Journey. Now, wait a minute, Chuck. Hold on now. Are you saying Original Journey, like pre-Steve Perry Journey? Or are you saying Steve Perry Journey? Because Steve Perry Journey is really not Original Journey. If you go Original Journey, that's pre-Steve Perry. Something tells me, Chucky, you're thinking Steve Perry Journey. I'm just saying, I love pre-Steve Perry Journey, by the way. Very good band. Excellent band. But I'm just wondering. Okay? Yeah, I knew it. Steve Perry Journey. There you go. Yeah, Giovanni goes, Original Journey was it? No, it was a rock band. It had other influences in it, but it was rock. It was a good, I love that version of Journey. I love. Now, there's nothing like the Steve Perry Journey. You know, hey, listen, I love early Steve Fleetwood Mac with Peter Green and all that, but there's no comparison. Once Buckingham and Nicks joined, Fleetwood Mac went to another level, dude. It was over. Like the Peter Green Fleetwood Mac is cool. The Buckingham Nicks Fleetwood Mac is legendary. Or as Barney would say, legend, wait for it, dairy. KRS-One. Oh, look out. You're going old school now, dude. KRS-One sounds like that might be that. I think that would be good live. So, PSJ says, love yo, but 7 wins total for this team. I love that. 7 wins total. He hasn't seen the coaching staff at work. He hasn't seen what they get in the draft or free agency. They've won 9 or 10 games with no offensive staff, and he's got 7 wins. Okay. No, Lowry is not available. He's got personal issues. I met Walter Payton in Newark Airport, got his autograph. Good for you. He's just awesome. Walter Payton is just God. Just amazing. Let's see. What else do we have here? Carol City 305 has Fleetwood Mac in there. UTFO, Big O. Mike says, just secured my Greta ticket. There you go. Hollywood, I guess you're going, Mikey. Which one you going to? You going to Hollywood? You going to Stero? You going to Jacksonville? Tampa? Where you going? So it could be anywhere listening to us. George Washington or Benjamin Franklin, Jimi Hendrix and Babe Ruth would be my 3. Maybe Pope or Martin Luther would be one of my 3. The Pope, really? I wouldn't. The Pope would be one of the last people in the world I'd be bored. I'm just not I believe in the good Lord, of course, but I'm not the religious dude. I've never really been the religious dude. I think catechism school kind of like said, yeah, I'm not into this religion stuff, you know? Like, yeah, I believe in everything. No problem. Go to church every once in a while. All that good stuff. But yeah, I'm not hardcore enough that I want to sit down with the Pope. That would probably put me to sleep. Okay? Unless it's Neil Rogers Pope, The Pope smokes dope. Then maybe, that would be fun to watch the Pope smoke dope, right? Joe Rogan and the Pope smoking dope. There we go. We can go with that. Big O, considering Tua is a lefty, do we still want to invest heavy on a left tackle? Wouldn't we want to do that with a right tackle? Now, I wouldn't want to now I would love a great line from left to right, but I would think right side is priority. Yeah, but Eichenberg can play the right side. He's got to be coached up. Real coaching takes it. And I think you're going to see some of these guys take this step forward because they have real coaching, my friend. At least that's what I expect. So we shall see. Went to see the Commodores at the Hard Rock. Great show. How many of them are left? Like one or two? What originals are left from the Commodores? That's because you're not getting Lionel Richie. So I don't know, man. What was left of the Commodores? That's like going to watch Kool and the Gang, and I think Kool is the only one left. I don't think there's anybody else left in Kool and the Gang at all. Yeah, it's just that not the same. Like you watch Earth, Wind, and Fire now, and yeah, Philip Bailey is with them, but there's no Maurice White. And without Maurice White, sorry, you guys can tour and all that, but you're not Earth, Wind, and Fire, bro. You're not Earth, Wind, and Fire without Maurice White. You just can't be. Impossible. All right, let's take a very quick break. When we come back, Alex Chiswick is going to join us. We're going to talk a little crypto and a very interesting conversation because our friend is Ukrainian. So he must be going through a really rough time right now. So we will talk to Alex next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
It's a beautiful thing, and there he is, Alex Chiswick, kind enough to join us now. How you doing, my friend? You doing all right?
Hello. As well, it's an interesting time. Yeah, hanging in there. Let's just say hanging in there.
I'm with you there.
Tough time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
How are you?
Man. I'm doing good, my brother. I'm thanking you for 21% interest rate on Polygon. Just saying. I saw that, and it's like Avalanche, Polygon, or have you gone nuts? All right, 21%. I'll take it, baby. I'll take the staking. I try to explain to people, while the market's going sideways, some people might be complaining. Maybe there's a little bit of a dip. Some are complaining. But those of us that are staking, we're never really complaining because we understand the long term, and plus we continue to build, the wealth, let's just say, in a way.
For sure. And well, I'll let you take the take the show in whichever direction. I think the geopolitics of both in Canada and Russia and Ukraine are just kind of proving the case of crypto. And so we can talk about that. And
we will.
How, yeah. So you tell me, how do you want to start? I'm happy to be here. Thanks for hosting.
Having you here, Alex, I don't know where to start, because first I have to start with your emotions, my brother. First, we have to start with the humanity side of all of this.
Yeah.
How are you? How are you dealing with this? What kind of family, friends do you have there? What are your experiences in the last couple of weeks of watching something like this develop, and how safe are they? Are you in contact with your family? Talk to us.
Look, I'm fortunate enough we left the former Soviet Union very early in '91, and most of I'm Jewish, and so the former Soviet Union was very anti-Semitic, and so a lot of my family and friends and relatives have left. However, this brings up a lot of kind of raw emotions on many levels, right? One, innocent people are dying, both on the Ukrainian side. I want to just make sure that we get this right. So, and maybe this is an inconvenient truth for a lot of Americans, but Putin is a dangerous. He's a tyrant. He's dangerous. However, he's not without necessarily reason, and so that makes me a little bit optimistic that he won't actually use a nuke. Although I'm actually quite afraid of this scenario playing out, because he's right now lost on many fronts. But let's go back. There are many innocent people dying, and maybe we can post some charities like UNICEF or Red Cross that are supporting, both Ukrainians. And frankly, I've been we're communicating with friends, my parents' friends. My father is now, in his mid 60s, and he showed me pictures literally a couple of days ago of, him and his classmate, just like, two guys in school in second or third grade. And then his classmate now at 65 has a rifle and is standing guard outside of Kiev. And it's, and there's, he's one of 40,000 volunteers that are of able age, which means that you're able to walk and do whatever. And the Ukrainians are very proud, and they want to be more European, and not under the influence of Russia. But the geopolitics of this is very, very deep. Putin's grief and his bright red line is that he doesn't want Ukraine to be a NATO country. And that's and it's understandable, right? Like, this is where we need to step back as I think the Western media that's kind of going out and saying war. Look, if we had Canada join the Warsaw Pact and we had nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles in Toronto with a 5-minute flight from Washington, D.C. or New York, what the hell would we say? We would say there's no way Canada can join, right? And so this is the argument here. Like, can you imagine if we had
remember 60s missile crisis,
Cuba, exactly. Oh. Look what we did with Cuba. That was almost World War III, because we were like, no way can rockets be in Cuba. Now, keep in mind, if there are rockets in Kiev, it's actually closer to DC, New York, than rockets in Cuba would have been, because Cuba would have shot Miami. Sorry, guys. But, they're not shooting the capital, so to speak, or it's a longer flight. Here, Kiev to Moscow is, I don't remember, 100 miles, 150 kilometers. It's nothing. It's a 5-minute flight less for a ballistic missile. And so for Putin, this is a serious red line, Now, that, having said that, what he's doing is
but see, here's the thing about that. It's a serious red line in his mind, but in the rest of our minds, we're a democratic world. Ukraine wants to get away from monsters like Russia. They want to be peaceful like us. Yeah. They want to be democratic like us. So if they do have nuclear weapons, it's not like they're getting them so they can shoot at Russia. They're just getting them to defend themselves, just like any other country would. Russia's thinking evil because they're evil. But the Ukrainian people have proven that they want nothing to do with evil. They're trying to separate themselves from that. They want to become part of the European Union. They want to become part of NATO. They're trying their best to do all of these things. They're trying to be everything that Russia is not. And that's why it's a little twisted, that thinking, because it's really a war he's fighting in his own mind, because the rest of us don't want anything to do with war, and we don't want anything to do with him anyways. Stay in your country, dude. Leave us alone. That's all.
No,
Pretty
for
simple.
sure. For sure. And look, we should draw a distinction between, because there are a lot of Russian people that are truly against this war. One, there's a lot of propaganda. Yesterday he took down the 2 or 3 independent radio and TV stations in Russia that were actually saying the truth. And there's obviously a lot of propaganda there. So he has an iron grip on the country. I mean, many people still don't understand. I've seen footage, Russian TV footage, and they're showing the exact same scenes, saying these are Ukrainian rockets, right? Now, look, we technically don't know if they're Ukrainian or Russian. By all accounts that we're seeing, you can see Russian rockets firing, and he should have never gone into the country. He should have never taken Crimea. But also, Putin is, in Russia, money matters, power matters more. Okay, he's a don of the mafia, and he wants to be the don of all dons. And so, for him, the unification of the Soviet Union is important. And I don't think he actually wants to hold Ukraine. He just wants to install a puppet regime. And he thought it would be over quickly. It's not. The Ukrainian army hasn't given up. I'm obviously supportive of Ukrainians. And because of that, they're starting to commit serious war crimes now. They're shelling, which is what they did in Syria, by the way.
Right.
And
exactly.
They're shelling. Yeah, they're just shelling now civilian populations. And it's just an open. And look, you have Ukraine is a strong country, relatively speaking, but Russia has 200,000 military. Many of them, though, untrained. I mean, I do want to say, look, as much as it's easy to look and say kind of good versus bad, you have these Russian soldiers that are kids, they're boys, and they're going in, just with 1980s, if not 1940s helmets and ill-equipped. There are footages of MREs, meals ready to eat.
Was it the Ukrainian prime minister that was reading the text from the dead Russian soldiers? You saw that?
Yeah.
And I explained a little bit of it yesterday, that some of these soldiers are sending back messages to their families, and they think they're in training, and they're like, "No, Mom, we're in a war, and I'm scared." And so, listen, like I put on Twitter the other day, Cuba, North Korea, Russia, Venezuela, you just live in a big jail, is what you live in. That's what it is. It's a country, but it's just a giant jail. It's Escape from New York. It's just you're Snake Plissken, and you're just got to try to get the hell out of there. And that's kind of what it is. They're just big giant jails where they don't have the rights. They can't do the same things the rest of us do. So a lot of these people, the people in North Korea, they don't want anything to do with Kim Jong-un, just like the Russians don't want anything to do. Many of them don't want anything to do with Putin. A lot of those guys are in the military, don't want anything, but they have no choice, dude. We've been dealing with this because we have a lot of Cubans in South Florida. So we know what it's like that, when Fidel was around, he was manipulating everything and brainwashing them and lying to them and all that stuff. Man, I visited Cuba in the 80s 4 times with my dad to take stuff to them. And in the 80s, back when electronics and social media and all that stuff wasn't where it is now, that you can't hide anything now anymore. It's over with social media. But back then you still could. And, I would go out with people there in Cuba and all that, and their heads were full of just all kinds of lies. And you can tell that Castro had just a noose around their necks, and their brains were completely brainwashed. You know what I mean? Now it's changed as time has gone on, as the internet has evolved and social media, people are really seeing what's going on everywhere else in the world. And they're also seeing what's going on in your world at this moment. So there's a lot of people in all of these countries that they're just in the middle of a terrible situation and they're
Sure.
just trying to survive, dude.
Which
That's
by the
all.
way, yeah, which by the way brings us to crypto. And so this is let's start with Russia, Ukraine, and we can go to Canada. This is literally why crypto, and more specifically in this case Bitcoin, right? Because it's not everything. Ukraine is getting they got a lot of donations in Polkadot and Ethereum and Solana,
Ethereum.
a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah. But Bitcoin is the only one that's truly government and censorship resistant, because all of the other ones, it's harder, but you could theoretically shut down or bring down in a major way. So Bitcoin
Explain to people, because
is important, right?
because it's a little bit more centralized than Bitcoin. Can you explain that to people? Because people that don't follow crypto, they don't understand all this kind of stuff.
So this is important. We're going to get into technicalities, but if you guys if you're watching the news, let's talk about why crypto is important. Then let's talk about Bitcoin versus everything else. So when you're buying crypto, when you're investing in crypto, you understand the thesis behind it, okay? Because this is critically important. And we're going to blow away a lot of the FUD and the ESG FUD and other fear, uncertainty, and doubt that's FUD that's out there. And so, okay, the point of crypto is that you essentially own a piece of a unit of wealth. We won't call it money yet, because some cryptos I don't believe are money. But you own a piece of a unit of wealth that you could theoretically self-custody. Okay, so what does that mean? You can keep it on an exchange like OKCoin. But OKCoin, at the end of the day, we're centralized, and we will and do and always will comply with sanctions or any government laws in the countries that we operate. It's just not only good business practice, but it's the ethical thing to do. Now, you have self-custody wallets, software wallets that are in your browsers, hardware wallets like a Trezor or a Ledger, that you can pull crypto off of exchanges, centralized or decentralized, and keep them in a self-custody. Think of it as if you're a pirate and you have a lot of gold. You can bury your gold and have a map. With this, my gold is buried there. The problem is you can't really use it. Or you can go in and unbury some of that treasure, take it with you, go in the market in the Netherlands. Back in the day, that was the big kind of the first stock exchange was in Holland, and exchange it for whatever, and then keep the gold elsewhere. So people can keep crypto on exchanges by all means. Please do, or you can keep it in a wallet, transfer to an exchange it, bring it outside of an exchange into a wallet, right? So it involves another step. But crypto is a way to store wealth. So let's look at what's happening now, and then we'll go into why Bitcoin versus everything else. When we put sanctions on Russia, we did it in three tranches: on the citizens, on the central bank, and on Russian businesses. So when we stop Russian businesses from being able to buy and or sell Western parts, chips, planes, not energy yet, but other aspects, you're taking away their marketing ability. And so the Russian businesses plummet. When we put sanctions on the SWIFT system, banks and money, you're taking money away from big Russian banks. So when people are going in and saying, oh, shoot, the bank can no longer transact with the West, I want to pull dollars out, okay, or rubles out. The banks don't have a 1-for-1 reserve. For every dollar you put in, banks hold 10 cents in their coffers, and so you have a run on the banks, and or selling of the ruble for dollars or for something that's not isolated from the world, and so individual people really get hit. And what we're seeing, and this is public, the whole industry is seeing, is a spike of Russians buying Bitcoin coming out of Russia. Individual people, not, by the way, governments. Bitcoin and crypto, to maybe fortunately in this day, so that people don't start coming in and banning it, although they can't really ban it. But Bitcoin and crypto, call it a $2.5 trillion market cap. That's not big enough to absorb a $700 billion move by the Russian government to put all of their assets into, call it, Bitcoin. It's not liquid enough. It's not big enough yet. At some point it will be. And so countries can't avoid sanctions today using crypto. It's too hard to buy all this Bitcoin and then exchange it and then move it in such volume. They will be able to probably later on, but not today. And so individuals are getting hurt. And for individuals, the Russian ruble, for the longest time used to be 30 rubles to $1. Okay. Russia went into Crimea in 2014. It went up to about 50 to 75. So it lost half of its value. And now, because of this, it plummeted from 75 to I don't know what it is now, 105, 110.
Yeah.
So you went from 30 to call it 120. Okay, just to make it the math easier. So you lost 75% of your purchasing power in a matter of 8 years. 75% of your wealth gone because of an act of a government. Okay, and the market says we don't want anything to do with this. We're pulling back, so we're selling the ruble, and so that's just. Can you imagine permanently losing 75% of your wealth? It's just insane. So for them, Bitcoin volatility is complete nonsense because they want to get into something that actually can hold value. So we're seeing that a recent price action is not just related to Russia, but there's a lot of it. Let me pause there because I do want to talk about Bitcoin. Why specifically Bitcoin? This is very, very important, and not even Ethereum, although I'm a big fan of Ethereum as well and the other cryptos. But so should I go on, Orlando? Should I go there?
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I was just saying, go with
Let's
Ethereum.
go.
I love Ethereum too, so I'm just saying.
I love Ethereum too. So
although Polygon is the monster that people just don't underestimate it.
Polygon is a big monster. That's right. Polygon is a skinny solution of Ethereum.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about, when you invest in these things, you have to put on your big boy, big gal investor hat. And that means you have to understand how to evaluate these markets. Bitcoin is in a class of its own. The rest of crypto is in a different class. Not a better, not a worse class, just different. Bitcoin is property. The rest is a venture capital investment. Some will win, some won't win. There's Ethereum. Now, there have been many Ethereum killers: Polkadot, Avalanche, Cardano, Solana, Phantom, etc., etc., etc. Which one of these will win? Who knows? Maybe many, maybe none, maybe one, maybe three. We don't know. So you're making a bet on a lot of them to say, I don't know who's going to win, but someone will take a big lion's share. And if I make a bet maybe across 7 or 8 of them, and 2 or 3 hit and the rest go to zero, the hits will compensate for my, for my investment. It's a venture.
By the way, explain also in layman's terms the blockchains that we're talking about now, whether it's Polkadot or Avalanche or Ethereum or all that. What they're building now is kind of like the internet, but then the inoperability and all that other stuff that's going to go on because these things need to connect with each other in order for dApps and DEX to, what's it called? Smart contracts and everything to work and all that, to be able to, move money and do transactions from one bridge to another. So kind of explain how this is kind of the early days of the next level of the internet, in other words.
So the internet is based on a protocol called TCP/IP. It's essentially a transfer protocol. Before we landed on TCP/IP, there were 8 or 9 other competing protocols, and the market kind of chose TCP/IP, and then everyone coalesced on this one thing. That's kind of like saying there's Ethereum, there's Polkadot, there's whatever, and we may coalesce on one. We may be, and I agree with you, there will be in a world of many of these. There'll be many chains. Okay, there's my little drawing on the camera of the chains.
That's why I keep telling you guys about CKB, baby. CKB. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. And on top of these chains, you're going to have abstraction layers. So think about the way any technology stack is, without going too deep, works. You have let's talk about the cloud, right? You have infrastructure, AWS, Microsoft Azure, that literally hosts. Then you have different tools up on top of which you build on, developer tools. Then you have operating systems. And then you have apps, like call it Facebook. Within Facebook, you have like Reels or other. So you keep on building on top. You're stacking, right? And the same thing is going to happen in crypto. We're going to have many chains. There's going to be an abstraction layer on top of the chains. different dApps or DEXs on top of that, and so on and so on. We're gonna have this, but I want to let me come. But all of these chains are these things called proof of stake chains. Ethereum is not. Ethereum is converting to a proof of stake. Proof of stake says that you're basically staking your money, putting money on the table, that the transactions in the chain are correct. Okay. And it's kind of like compound interest. The more money you have in the bank, the more interest you get on top of that money. The more money you have, the more interest you get, and it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Over time, proof of stake chains become more and more centralized because the big boys get the lion's share of the winnings. Okay. In Bitcoin, it's proof of work. So anyone has the exact same chance of winning, more or less. There are server farms and mining farms. Let's not touch those for a second.
It's another level.
Yeah, it's another level. But you pretty much anyone with a computer can go and mine in Bitcoin node. Now, look, it's the chances of you alone winning the consensus for Bitcoin block are very small. That's how people get together. But it's the same chance. Okay, you use X electricity versus someone else who uses the same X electricity, you all get the same amount. So people can mine and have Bitcoin nodes all over the world. So Bitcoin will always be more decentralized by definition than any other crypto. Therefore, all of the most valuable parts, call it money, will flow to Bitcoin. Bitcoin will be the monetary layer. Doesn't mean it's the biggest layer. We have the market cap of oil is bigger than the market cap of gold. But Bitcoin will store the hard monetary layer of the internet, or as Michael Saylor says, the New York Manhattan city block. There's only so much Manhattan, but it's going to be the premier real estate forever. Everything else is like the buildings. You can have, if you own all the buildings in New York, I don't know, with all the businesses, it's probably more than the real estate, and that's okay. Bitcoin doesn't have to be the biggest at the end of the day, but it will be the one that's holding value. And that's why people, and it's government resistant, because there's no one central party that runs Bitcoin, and every other chain is much more centralized. Solana, for example, has 20 or so nodes. Great chain, fast, but if you take away 20 nodes,
it's not really decentralized. Actually, Solana. That's the one thing. That's always been the one thing with Solana that's made me nervous, that it's not really truly decentralized.
Not as much, of course. Yeah, exactly. Not as much as everyone else. And so Ethereum also, but Ethereum is so big now that it's very hard to take down Ethereum, right? Because it's decentralized over time. And so that's super important when you're thinking about chains and you think about investing in coins. Do you need decentralization, and which ones have it and which ones are government resistant? And the only one that's government resistant is Bitcoin. And so that's why Russians are buying Bitcoin, because they can take it, they can store their wealth. And by the way, Russia came up with a capital control today that says you cannot leave the country with more than $10,000 in foreign currency or any kind of foreign ownership. Here we go. Capital controls are starting because they want, the more foreign currency that leaves the country, the worse the ruble crashes. And it's a vicious cycle. The economy is in a complete tailspin. Well, you know what you can leave with? Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, baby. Bitcoin.
Because you know what you can do? You don't have to leave with anything. You can call your friend in the US or wherever and say, here are my 12 words. And you move your money over without actually ever touching the internet. That's what people don't understand about crypto. This is the power of crypto. It saves ordinary people from governmental disasters, which will come. And now, look, we're saying, okay, well, Russia, second world, and we talk about Venezuela, kind of third world.
El Salvador, dude, please look at El Salvador, man. Colombia's got its issues. Brazil's got its issues. Oh, please, come on, it's coming. It's the inevitable. My Lord, we print money here like it's monopoly money. We've had people not working for months in this country. Yeah. And you think all those dollars that they printed, you think it's not going to hurt us? You'll see by the fourth quarter of this year how bad it's going to be. You think inflation is bad now? It's going to get worse as the year goes on, because all this stuff is going to catch up to us, man. Now, explain to people, because you and I had a little conversation on this on the text line, that what's gone on in Canada, what's gone on in Ukraine, and what's going on in Russia has now that actually has sped up, because I really believe this consolidation period that we were in would have lasted a little longer. I think these incidents around the world have actually sped it up, and it's forced people to educate themselves quickly and going, really, I can do this, I can do that, I can protect my money, I can have more value, let me do it. So explain to people what you and I see and others that are in crypto, why actually this, while it's terrible, all the situations, they have actually, glorified or shined a light on the positives of Bitcoin and crypto.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, what in the synopsis of what's happening in Canada, there were Canadian truckers that were protesting Canadian COVID requirements, vaccination requirements. It doesn't matter whether you agree with them or not. They were protesting them, and they were blocking, certain streets and so on. And so Justin Trudeau and his cabinet expanded the emergency powers that they have under the Emergency Terrorism Act to basically be able to freeze anyone's financial assets without a court order, and which to me is a blatant misstep. Whether I agree with Trudeau or not, whether I would have voted with Trudeau or not, it doesn't matter. You can be the biggest Trudeau fan, but if you're honest with yourself and you can put the hubris aside, that is a huge violation of freedom in a democracy. Even the mafia, gets served a court order before their assets are frozen. So for regular citizens who've donated $100 to these truckers, for them to have their money frozen because they've donated is insanity. And so what this does is this is Canada. These are the, nice, fun, soft, pleasant Canadians that we all know and love, north of our border, freedom-loving country, that's now saying, hey, if you're going against, or you're supporting people who don't share the same opinion as the government does in this case, we can freeze your financial assets. Again, freezing to me is not great. Freezing without a court order is terrible. It's abysmal, because in any democracy, the free press and a free judiciary have to exist for the democracy to work. Okay, and you cannot take that. You cannot just take one away. And so this is a huge, huge case for crypto, right? Because what you can say is, okay, you can freeze, and they try to freeze some crypto wallets. There was a Nunchuck wallet that had a famous letter basically saying, you don't understand how crypto works. We can't freeze accounts. We don't know who they are. And literally when they wrote, like, when the Canadian dollar goes to zero, we'll be here to serve you as well. And Ted Cruz read this at the CPAC in the US, which is the Conservative Political Action Committee conference. And so it just goes to show that with crypto, when you do peer-to-peer transactions, people cannot take that crypto away from you. They cannot take your Bitcoin and ETH or whatever away from you whenever they feel like it. Hugely, hugely powerful case. And I agree with you. I disagree with you a little on inflation. I think I do think it will come down, just because when you've hit it so high and it still stays high, the changes look like there's no change, even though the inflation is high. But
you don't think as the Feds now start to raise the rates, it's going to you think so? Okay. All right. I trust you.
It's more of accounting. It's not like the bread in the stores are gonna get cheaper. If bread was $5 before, call it, and it's $10 now, and it's $10 at the end of the year, it looks like double inflation right now from last year, but 10 to 10 is zero. It doesn't mean the prices are coming down. It just looks like it's no additional inflation. You know what I mean? So you're right in that inflation is here to stay. It's sticky. It's going to look like there's no more additional inflation, so it's coming down, but it's not really coming down. So anyway, this is just like accounting semantics, if you will. But
right.
Yeah. But the point is that we're in a situation where it's a troubling situation, and especially if you're getting close to retirement, it's for you people, young folks like you and me, Orlando, we have some time to go. If you're getting close to retirement, it's a turbulent time and a turbulent market. And then if the Fed increases rates too much, we're going to go into a recession.
Yeah.
Which
So
is
afraid.
yeah, exactly. I'm afraid of that as well. That's not good. And then we have war. The worst is stagflation, where there's inflation that's sticky, right? Even though on paper it could look like there's not a lot. And there's no growth in the economy. Because remember, if you have growth, high growth in the economy, inflation theoretically doesn't matter. It does matter, but if you have growth that outpaces inflation, it could be okay. It could
Then
be
you're
okay.
all right. Yeah.
That doesn't really work, okay? That doesn't really happen very often. Real growth, real growth. So
By the way, I was
yeah.
going to ask you, do you agree that these tragic events that have happened have juiced the market, right? Because look, none of us know when something's going to bottom or when something's going to top. Anybody that tells you that, they're lying to you, okay? Because none of us really know. But you almost kind of get the feeling that, man, this consolidation period might have lasted a little longer, which, by the way, I was hoping it lasted a little longer so I could try to get closer to a Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, having said all that, you kind of feel that this was a little bit of a steroid jolt to crypto?
For sure. I think so. Look, the outside chance that Russia tries to go into Bitcoin and then Europe and the US come out with really hard regulations against crypto, which would hurt crypto a lot. It won't stop it. In the long run, Bitcoin is still here to stay because you literally cannot stop it.
What I hope, by the way, the government realizes, and I think there are some people in the government that do understand this. This is technology. We're a country that usually is ahead of the curve on everything.
Exactly.
What we need to do is actually embrace it and take advantage of it and be the leaders of the world in crypto. We have to use the right attitude, because if you use the wrong attitude, all you're going to do is open up the doors for the rest of the world to get way ahead of you on it. And that would be a monster mistake.
Well, I completely agree, and I believe the U.S. actually will. We're kind of smart about these things collectively, even though we have some politicians that aren't. But it's kind of like in the 80s.
Can I throw the? And I don't mean to mention somebody else, but you know who Biden's biggest donor is? Do you know
individually? No,
yeah.
Tell me who.
Sam Friedman.
Who?
Friedman.
Sam.
FTX.
Yes.
The guy that owns FTX, right here where the Miami Heat play, the FTX arena.
Yeah.
He's the biggest donor to Biden. Do you think all this FUD that they're throwing out, in the end, it'll all work out, bro?
Well, look, here's why it will work out, because it's a technology, and it's kind of like what in the 60s, the Russians, the USSR, beat the US to space. They send the first man to space. What do we say? We're like, oh, they beat us to space, ban space. Like, do we just ban going to space? No, we said we're getting our shit together and we're gonna go, right? So there are enough politicians in the U.S. There are some that are just I won't mention any names, so that to keep this kind of politically correct.
Warren.
I didn't. I plead the fifth. But yeah, she's a confusing one, because she spent her whole career fighting banks, and if anything helps fight the banks, it's this. So either she's just uneducated by her staffers, or there's something. I don't know. I'll refrain from guessing of things that I don't know, but I will say that there are enough politicians on both sides of the aisle here and now starting to come out in the UK. Today, actually, there was a UK minister that said, look, this is happening with or without us. Might as well be with us. Ukraine is getting millions of donations.
20 million we've hit in
20
Ukraine.
million as of yesterday.
20 million of crypto. And by the way, Gavin Wood. Yeah. You, sir, are a stud, because you created the DAO for Ukraine. God bless you, sir. Great job by you. I know most people have no idea what I just said, but you know what I'm talking about. So that's look it up.
They're
folks.
raising money for Ukraine. The government Ukrainian government openly is saying, here's a big, like, who would have thought a year ago, last year, that a government would be like, here's my Bitcoin wallet, here's my Ethereum wallet, parenthesis, Ethereum, USDT, USDC, it's kind of, here's my Polkadot wallet, send money, and by the way, Ukraine was the fourth biggest crypto bull, if you will, country in the world. After the thing, they were with it. They were, even before the war, they were all about mining what's happening there. Development is happening there. I mean, good. They're modernizing the country. So, in some ways, so was Russia. A lot of mining was happening in Russia, and a lot of development was happening in Russia, which is just unfortunate along many, many lines. Everything is just all about this. Is kind of
it's all FUD, because you hear Russia say no and then yes, and then it's like China. All this crap, and it's like, dude, VeChain's Chinese. Relax. They're in a crypto. Give me a break, bro. But VeChain's all over the damn country, everywhere. Every Walmart, Purdue Chicken, Range Rover, Louis Vuitton. Get the hell out of here. Do your homework. Don't believe the FUD. Come on. Give me a break.
I love it. I love it.
By the way, I'm a huge Polkadot guy. I think the parachains and everything, I think it's going to, and I think it's been at a monster bargain here the last few weeks. And if you bought it at 15, 16, 17, 18 bucks, God bless you, dude. And stake it on OKCoin on top of all of that, dude.
There we go. Stake it on OKCoin.
Damn right, dude. I've got my Polkadot staked and I'm earning, but I am huge on Polkadot. I love it, dude. And after what Gavin did, I really want them to succeed. You know what I mean? Because I actually think several of these blockchains are going to end up succeeding, because they're all going to present something different. And I think the inoperability part is the one where you can also make some money now. Like I'm a big proponent of CKB. I'm investing in CKB because I believe on the Cardano blockchain, they're going to be the main culprit for all of that to bring it together. So, I just think it's just a matter of educating and doing your homework. By the way, tell them about the podcast, that you do a great job of educating folks.
The OKCoin podcast?
Yes.
So we have OKCoin. Well, I do a couple. I have one.
You have to, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Tell them about.
So mine is called Hardcore Finance. Actually, with all this insanity, I haven't recorded one in a month or so, but me and the head of growth for OKCoin, we've been doing one on wealth management. So Hardcore Finance. And the other one is OKCoin Live, which we do every Friday. We bring in a whole bunch of guests, so you can go to okcoin.com and you can find us on YouTube, OKCoin Live, where we talk about.
I retweet it all the time, by the way, on our Twitter page. We retweet it every Friday. So
thank you. Hats off. When we talk about the latest and greatest, specifically in crypto, bring in guests and talk about any topic from going deep into DeFi, decentralized finance, to taxes, to others. So, tune in. This is an interesting point in humanity where a lot of the reasons why the OGs got into crypto, inflation, government spending, wars, are becoming true, unfortunately. But I guess in some very terrible way, proving the whole thesis behind crypto. Regardless of your age or where you are in your career, but specifically if you're younger, avoiding crypto and not looking into crypto in a serious, educated way is a miss of a lifetime. It's like if you're standing in one of those machines, that it's one of those glass machines and there's dollars flying in the air because they're blowing dollars, and all you have to do is grab them. And when I say dollars, it's personal wealth, but it's also education and career and just having a growth mindset, value, or if you're in a different country, being able to store your wealth or escape with wealth. It's like you're standing there and saying, like crossing arms, saying, no, I'm not going to go out and grab it. It's a grab it. It's in front of you. It's the biggest opportunity of probably, for sure, of our generation, but I think way beyond generations. This is probably the biggest opportunity of reshaping the financial structure in the last 1,000 years. Easily.
And by the way, this happens in all walks of life. Even really smart investors have no idea and it's fun for us because like I watch a Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful from the Shark, who hated crypto, couldn't stand it, crapped on it every chance he got. Now he's the biggest bull out there. He is the biggest supporter of it. He's investing in stocks that are mining crypto. He's investing in all kinds of crypto because he educated himself and he understood what the hell is happening in this world and where we're going. So don't think that it's you that, oh, okay, well, I'm just a regular working stiff. No, this happens to everybody, dude. Everybody. Warren Green, what is it? Greenspan, whatever the old guy, what's his name?
Alan Greenspan? No,
yeah, no, not Greenspan, the other guy, Warren Buffett.
Buffett.
He's finally coming around, and he was a lot of these old guys like Charlie Munger or whatever. I mean, it's like, dude, yeah, I get it. You're a dinosaur and you made it in one way, and that's the only way. But it's the smartest people in the world still don't get it, and only because they've closed their minds to it.
Yeah.
Once you open your mind
exactly
and you understand it, you will then pick up the logic behind it. And that's it. We've been dealing in digital currency forever. They're called credit cards and checks and all kinds of other types of credit that we've had. It's a different kind of way of doing it, and it's the way we're going to do it in the future.
Exactly. And most people, I think, to your point, in the beginning misunderstand it. Look, it kind of takes a bit of humble pie when I first got into it, and I'm not trying to brag. I went to one of the top MBA programs in the nation, in the world. My whole education has been in finance, and when I first got into it, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And you have to kind of swallow your pride when you see kids that are 15, 16 inventing new financial models that you, or in this case me, who had the top education and then went to the best consulting company in the world, was kind of like, this doesn't make any sense. But if you're growth minded, you have a growth mindset, and you spend a little bit of time looking into this, the world opens up to you. And once you're ready, it's kind of like, do you remember when you were a kid? Did you ever see those like magic eye books when it's like a pattern, you move it close to your face and you move it away and a 3D image comes up?
Yeah. I remember that, of course.
It's the same thing. It's like this noise, and you move and you're like, oh my God, there's a ship. And once you see it, you can't unsee it anymore.
Right.
Ken Griffin, who's the CEO of Citadel, which is one of the biggest financial companies in the world, was always skeptical. I think today or yesterday came out and he was doing an interview. It was like, hey, I was skeptical for a long time, but I was wrong. Everyone who studies it with an open mindset, like you said, after enough time says, oh my God, I see it now and there's no going back.
Right.
The top managers, everyone, Kevin O'Leary was this, Ken Griffin was this, Ray Dalio was the biggest. Biggest hedge fund, was always against it. Now is like, you know what? It belongs. And
JP Morgan didn't want anything to do with it. And all they're doing now is increasing their Bitcoin balance for their balance sheet for all their investors. And it just keeps going up and up and up. Oh, no, 1%. No, it's 2%. Well, maybe 5%. Because they're realizing what the hell's going on. So that's JP Morgan. Okay.
Goldman Sachs. I mean, all of these guys.
Yeah.
Everyone gets it now. And so for the listeners, this is a very urgent call for you guys to, hopefully do with OKCoin, but if not, just do it for yourself. Do it in any exchange. Go learn about it. There are many, there's a lot of literature on it. OKCoin.com. We have a lot of literature on it where you can just read and get involved and even get, some bonuses to start trading and investing. Don't miss a chance.
Use the link below for 20. We share $20 free in Bitcoin. The link is below right here on our YouTube page.
There we go. There's the link. But it's a chance of a lifetime, truly a chance of a lifetime. Not a get rich quick scheme. You have to know what you're doing, and you could lose a lot of money. But if you play it right, and the safest way of playing it right is buying a little bit each week. You buy $100 worth a week, a month, a year, doesn't matter. It's called DCA, dollar cost averaging. You just buy a little bit each week, $10 a week. Put your savings in. Goes up.
Just had a discussion with my buddy, and he's all into the TNA and all that. And gentlemen, we're not talking about that other TNA, technical analysis. So anyway, so he's in all the TNA. Well, no, dude, I'm going to wait till it drops to 30, 32, 33. I'm like, dude, it's at 35 right now. You didn't buy it at 38. You didn't buy it at 37, because that's what I did. I broke my money down, bought a little at 38, bought a little more at 37, bought a little more at 36, got a little more at 35. It hit 34. I didn't get it at 34. Damn it. But anyway, I got her, and then now it's up. And so I call him to bug him. I go, so, hey, bro, how'd you do buying it at 30 and 33? And he just like effed me and like, yeah, F you, this, that, get out of here. And I go, dollar cost average.
Exactly.
Always dollar. Once we cross the 42 mark, I started telling everybody it's Bitcoin time. It's Bitcoin time. Buy a little bit, as much as you can. And if it keeps going down, keep buying, keep buying. Do not wait. Why? Because earlier in this conversation, we just said it. You never know when the bottom is, and you never know when the top is. And I'll tell you this, and you know it. We're going to get to a point where you're never going to see 30s again, and you're never going to see 40s again with Bitcoin. So this might be the last boom that maybe it goes up to 80 and it comes back down, but it'll never come back down to 30 again. And you had your opportunity. And it's going to happen because the highs are going to get higher and the lows are going to get higher. And as that happens, those opportunities, you'll never see them again, and you'll regret it every time that you didn't DCA.
Exactly. Unless you're a professional trader, which very few of us are. I've been in the industry for years, and I'm a terrible trader, even though I think I'm better than probably 95% of people out there. And that's saying a lot that I'm terrible, being better than most people. The point is just DCA and have a 5 to 10 year horizon. The market will go up and down. It's a new asset. It's still young. It's like a little, it was a toddler. Now it's, like a fifth grader, right? You can knock it down easily. You can get it up. But this fifth grader is going to turn into
LeBron James.
Exactly. It's going to turn into LeBron James sooner or later. And so you just need to know where it's going, and it's going there because
look how big and strong the fifth grader is right now.
Yeah, exactly. Think about it. Actually, this is very, very true. Think about what's happening, right? The world is on the brink of World War III. Okay. Bitcoin is completely oversold. Doesn't mean it can't go down more, but it's pretty oversold right now. We are about to hike rates 7 times. We're thinking about hitting stagflation, which economically it's like a death spiral economically. And Bitcoin was holding strong at 35. This is a pressure test, a stress test for the asset, and it's doing pretty damn good. Again, Bitcoin, remember, was less than $1 10 years ago, and it's at 35,000 now and holding. And if you told people 10 years ago that, hey, what you're going to buy for $1 is going to go to 35,000, they would have, this would have been the biggest dream. And if you told them at 35,000, people will be panicking, and that it will be oversold, they wouldn't believe you if I don't know. I don't know. So the point is, and sometime in 5 years, we're going to be like, man, do you remember how cheap it was at 35,000? Who was that, jerk or poor person who was waiting for 34 and didn't get in when it's at 500? And it will get there. It's just a matter of time. We don't know when, but it will. And it will, because we're going to have wars, because we're going to have inflation, because it's too easy to print money. By the way, as of 2 hours, we're talking now, it's 1:20, March 2nd. I think 2 hours ago, the chairman of the Fed came out and said that there doesn't have to necessarily be only one reserve currency of the world. Okay. And by the way, I don't think he was talking necessarily about Bitcoin. He was talking about, I think, a basket of other currencies, but it doesn't matter. As once you give credence to an idea that the US dollar doesn't have to be the only reserve currency, that's it, right? It opens up the possibilities. And I'll say the last thing, and I'll get off my soapbox about Bitcoin. To bring it all the way back to what we were talking about. We sit here in the US and we value our freedom, and we value our, we think our values are correct, right? And we think we have more or less we have acceptance more or less would protect individual freedoms and so on and so forth. We've tried to propagate our values onto the rest of the world. We tried doing it during the Cold War through a proxy, Vietnam, Korea, didn't really work. We tried doing it through hot wars, Iraq, Afghanistan, didn't really work. The whole world is short US dollars. The whole world wants to buy US dollars because it's an option. It's a piece of our values and our economy. In all of the other countries, most of the other countries, there are capital controls for dollars. Okay. The way to get dollars, by the way, to other countries that don't say, oh, more than $10,000 you can't walk out with, is through stable coins. Everything in crypto, Bitcoin to USDT, Bitcoin to USDC, there are stable coins in crypto, or DAIs or Fraxes. There are many of these things. The best way to export our values to the world without shedding blood is through crypto. Stable coins in this case, and then Bitcoin being the ultimate settlement layer of everything, because you're holding your wealth, because the USDT is still tied to the dollar, which is still tied to inflation. But so they go hand in hand. Bitcoin, store wealth, USDT or USDC as a way to export our values without shedding blood. No wars, no more conflicts, and people will be able to identify with American values. And then the other assets are there as more of a speculative but conscientious investment into a world, into a better Web3 world. And I think that's my overall thesis. And once you understand those three parts and you believe fundamentally what makes our country strong is the fact that it's anti-fragile, by design, there's a weaker central government and a stronger state and local government. We are a decentralized nation, and Bitcoin and crypto are decentralized assets that are able to withstand shocks to the system the exact same way the US is able to withstand shocks to its system and still stand as a shining democracy, that shining, city on a hill that Reagan always talked about. So if you are an American patriot and you're not looking at crypto in the exact same light as you're looking at the US, I love it, then you're just completely missing the ball.
That's right. There you go. Alex Chiswick, by the way, he is the head of listings for OK Coin. We got the link below. If you want to start right there, you can get $20. We share $20 free of Bitcoin. You can check it out there at OK Coin and stake all kinds of great coins and get incredible rates on staking your coins. Alex, my brother, I hope the next time we talk, the war is over, Ukraine is free, democratic, and decoupled. As Bitcoin is decoupling from the markets now, I hope that Ukraine is finally completely decoupled from that pig in Russia, my friend. And thank you, as always, for taking some time. Always look forward to having you on again and having a great conversation.
Thanks, Orlando. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, my friend. You got it. Alex Chiswick. Alex Chiswick for joining us here on the program. I got to thank also George Richards for joining us on the program, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, Sean Stanley mastering this program, we are going to turn it over to Sean Stanley. He is going to talk a little wrestling. Normally it'll be at 1 o'clock, but our conversation went a little long. But it was such a great conversation. And this is something that I think the world needs to get educated. And those of you obviously that follow our show, you know I'm passionate about it, and I know it's going to help me and my family down the line. I hope it helps your family down the line also at the same time. But thanks to Alex Chiswick. We're going to have Mandy Campbell on also from OK Coin in a couple of weeks. So I'm looking forward to it. Sean, yes?
No, I wanted to go over when you're saying to go down to the link, just so everybody kind of understands the picture with O's face in it. When you click on that, it'll take you to the channel page. You hit the about link, and all our links are there. OK Coin, Nature B, Larry Bluestein. There was a GoFundMe page. There's different links there. That's where you can go to get
Edge energy drink, bro. You can get there. Yeah.
All the links are listed there to where you can get to all our fine sponsors.
There you go. So check it out there. Thank you, Sean, for walking them through that, because I'm sure some people probably had some questions about that. All right, so we are out of here. We thank all of you for tuning in as always. And Sean Stanley, stay tuned, man. If you're a wrestling fan, the show continues as my man Sean will do a hardcore half hour of wrestling next.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411.
It is time to talk a little wrestling. So tonight, AEW South Florida will get, actually Florida will get, Big O was talking about Daly's Place earlier about the acoustics. Well, guess where the home of AEW is? That is correct. Daly's Place in Jacksonville. That is home for AEW. Tonight they're there. Friday night they're there. Saturday night, Sunday, Orlando for AEW Revolution. And WWE is at the FTX Arena. That is this Friday for SmackDown. So want to thank everybody that's here along. This is Squared Circle Digest is what I'm calling this. Unfortunately, I put everything on the wrong display rack, so therefore I'm not able to get to it. So kudos to me for doing everything wrong. That's what you get for being a producer. I guess I could use that one. Yeah, I could use the Raw recap. Or the NXT recap. I'll use that one. But Cap for Life, actually, funny thing you said about the Steiner brothers there. Last night, Tommaso Ciampa and Braun Breaker, who is Rick Steiner's son in real life, actually came out dressed up as the Steiners. Both of them had the flashy little singlets on. They were like the Steiners 2.0 and actually paid homage to the Steiners with the bulldog off of the shoulders to Dolph Ziggler. So there is one thing. The Muda is still wrestling, believe it or not, Cap for Life. The great Muda is still wrestling, still spitting the mist and still painting the faces of everything else. Frankie Fresco, AEW. I do have a question I want to pose to anybody right now on the chat. If you're an AEW fan, why do you think it's so much better than WWE? And vice versa. If you're a WWE fan, what makes the WWE so much better to AEW in your eyes? Frankie Fresco, everything points to Jeff Hardy joining AEW. The thing is, though, and I talked about this a little bit, and it's going to be a growing concern to me when I look at, look at my collar. When I look at what AEW has done with their roster, they are turning into WCW 2.0. And by that, they have 2 hours of TV. If you want to count Rampage, they have 3 hours, but Rampage most of the time is recorded. It's live 1 hour, and then the other hour is recorded and played back the following week. So when you look at what they're doing and all the talent they're hiring, remember this one thing too, going back to WCW days, Hulk Hogan was not brought in on a WCW contract. He was brought in on a Turner broadcasting contract. A lot of the higher contracts were brought in and paid for by Turner, not necessarily WCW, which is why when WWE purchased WCW, the bigger contracts did not go over. It was your Booker T's. It was the guys that were actually physically signed to WCW. Those contracts translated over in the purchase for WWE. So I'm wondering what they're doing with Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, because there's no way they're paying them with the AEW money. So I'm thinking the Cons have got to have something going on with one of their other businesses there. The big announcement tonight, Man of 1,005 holds. Honestly, I mean, they're starting to hit Detroit. They're starting to hit LA. Those have already been out. And I don't know. I mean, I've heard, quote unquote, maybe a new signing, which a lot of people have been hinting at Colt of Wyndham or Bray Wyatt, however you want to say there. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the physical announcement is, because it might just be that maybe they're setting up an angle, again, because here's the other thing with this whole thing with Cody Rhodes. Everybody's saying it's about money. Everybody's saying, who's saying it's not a work? And he comes back and tries to go against everything. Because now, I don't know if you saw a tweet. They tweeted out that they're going back to Detroit, and Cody jumped on it and was like, oh, we should thank Brandy and another of the workers there for that. And then Brandy got involved and said it would have been great to work in her hometown on her birthday. I almost feel like this is starting to work into an angle where they bring Cody back in, but he'll be feuding or healing against Tony Khan and AEW somehow. And there was some talk of that with Cody, actually with Bray, and I believe it was FTR was the tag team in that, kind of bringing that back in feuding there. I don't even know if I answered the Jeff Hardy joining AEW. Jeff Hardy's touring with his band right now, and the Hardys are taking on the Briscoes at some of the independent shows. So there's a lot of things. Nicholas Camaneris, hopefully I said the last name correctly. Game Changer Wrestling. Look, man, I mean, dude, Matt Cardona, you look at everything he's done there, and you look at, Game Changer, it's not for everybody, okay? They've got the death matches there, Nick Gage, and I'm sorry, and them, those matches are not for everybody. You got your traditional wrestling fans, that hardcore stuff doesn't go. But I think they do a great mixture of having a little bit of everything with their, and look, man, I purchase their events. I've started purchasing every event and watching it. I have no problem watching Game Changer Wrestling anymore on that. Frankie Fresco says, because AEW has more wrestling in a 3-hour show. I think WWE had like 11 matches. AEW in 2 hours, they had 8 matches. Funny you should say that, Frankie Fresco, because I looked back at Raw last week, or this Monday, 8 matches in 3 hours. So I went and I checked out AEW the week before. They did 5. They had 5 in 2 hours. WWE did 8 in 3 hours. So it's right about the same thing. I think the reason that it feels like WWE drags out is because that there's so much of a lull. And also, I watched last night the WWE NXT. The energy from the fans catches you and brings it in, right? And I think that's what happens with AEW. The fans are up for the whole show, which makes it more watchable than what we see from Raw, where in Columbus, Ohio, there was probably 4 or 5 matches where the crowd didn't even move. The crowd did not move one time. Sat on their hands, literally asses in the seats because nobody moved, nobody did anything. Bring back the head shrinkers. Oh, great team. How do you feel about Roman about being a heel, Nicholas? It's the best thing in WWE TV right now, right? That's the reason you're tuning in to watch WWE. Alexander Rene Diaz. Sean, can you explain to me why Goldberg keeps getting shot after start? It's starting to get annoying. If you noticed, he's getting shot after shot. He had I think his was a 5-match deal, and the last one was over in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is completely different. They're paid, I think it's like $55 million to go to Saudi Arabia to put on a show, is what WWE is paid. But when you look at it, they want the Goldbergs. They want the Litas. Man, my collar will not stay down. What is going on? But they want those names over there. That's the reason The Undertaker faced Goldberg over there. And that's when Goldberg got the concussion early in the match. And the match just completely went downhill because he tried to finish it, even though he shouldn't have. But again, he tried to go through. And I don't think that, look, with Goldberg, you get what you get, right? I mean, you know what you're getting with Goldberg when he comes in. He's going to come in. He's going to walk through the fire. He's going to snort. He's going to blow out the smoke. He's going to get to the ring. He's going to spear you. He's going to jackhammer you. He's going to, you're next and everything else. And you go. I don't know. Get shot after shot because he's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's a polarizing guy. Just like Lesnar. Lesnar will get shot after shot. Again, I'm not saying that Lesnar doesn't deserve this. But when they're big, they're gigantic looking specimens, people want to watch them. People will pay money to watch them. That has been Vince McMahon's MO forever. Big guys draw money. And to be honest, I think he's 100% correct. Cap for Life NWA is still around. Yes, it is. Actually, they just they got NWA Power on now. Crimson now wrestling under a new name. Actually, just won their Atlantic TV title. Booking wrestling, every wrestler getting a shot to shine. All reason I love AEW and fall asleep watching WWE. That Bryan Danielson, CM Punk, Omega are so much more fun to watch. I think Tony Khan has bought Ring of Honor. Ring of Honor is coming back April 1st. They're doing a super card of honor in right outside of Dallas, which it's WrestleMania weekend. So, of course, everybody who's any federation is going to be up in the Dallas area putting on shows. So I'm not going to say that is the announcement, but if that is what they are teasing, the way they're teasing, I don't know. It's more like the Forbidden Door thing type things. Why is it every time I see Cody Rhodes, he is bleeding his own blood? Very good, but sloppy wrestler, in my opinion. Listen, the Rhodes family, they're bleeders. Dusty, Dustin, Cody, they're bleeders. They are bleeders. Tony says, I think AEW is better than WWE right now because they're developing their storylines better than WWE. Seems like week in, week out, always seeing the same matches. Yeah, Tony, you're 100% correct. I agree. It's just like I said this week. Okay, there's going to be a triple threat match for the WWE Tag Team titles next week on Raw, which is Alpha Academy versus Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens versus RK Bro. This week, they went and they did Alpha Academy against Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens. And now I'm going to watch the same thing again next week, but now they're going to throw RK Bro into the mix. So you're right. They do a lot of regurgitating. And when day one, the pay-per-view came around, I was hoping that was the reboot for WWE. I was like, okay, let's wait. Let's let them get to day one pay-per-view. Maybe they start off in a make changes. Now I'm hoping after WrestleMania, they make some changes. If they are doing a unification title, which is going to be very interesting because Roman and Brock are your champions right now, one on Fox, one on USA, which is an NBC, and both channels want a champion. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can bring the belts together, unify them, but then still end up having titles being defended. Maybe they throw the Intercontinental title over to Raw or something like that, because I think Roman Reigns walks out with both titles at Raw. Irvin Figueroa, love the wrestling segment. Thank you, my man. Frankie also says, I like the fact that AEW does some crazy wrestling moves that WWE wrestlers don't do as much. I mean, that goes, and here's another thing that I don't know if a lot of you take into accountability with WWE. It is a publicly traded company. Okay. They have to answer to shareholders. And whether you like it or not, you got to be profitable. You know, whether, you know, the whole cutting of the roster so that their money, and then they end up being, I think, like $400,000 or no, I'm sorry, $4.4 million in the green after everything else was done was kind of, you know, but again, they are a publicly traded company. AEW can do whatever the hell they want to do. They can throw a guy through a window and hope he doesn't get hurt. Vince McMahon cannot do that. They cannot do that. They are a publicly traded company. They have to answer to shareholders, and they have to perform and get the best thing for business. AEW can throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. And they're doing that very well, by the way. Right now, they are doing that very well. Dana, do you prefer AEW or WWE? Honestly, I like them both for what they are. I like the wrestling aspect, the entertainment aspect, the vignettes. I watch wrestling a little bit differently than most. But for me, I don't mind either of them. Is WWE, which one's my favorite right now? I don't know that I have a favorite, honestly. I think there's some things that are wrong in WWE, a lot of things. And I think there's some things in AEW that aren't perfect as well, which I think as time goes out and the honeymoon period starts, you know, going away, you're going to start seeing that a lot of that will start coming to the surface. Longtime wrestler Frank Morrow, good job. 40 years, man. Where you located at, Frank? Maybe you answered down somewhere else. I'm still scrolling through some of these. AEW would gain way more fans if they got the Fiend, which really gets me upset because the Fiend has such a large fan base. Yeah, but also, you know, again, I think one of the things with Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, or however you want to call it, Wyndham, Cult of Wyndham, however, whatever he's going by these days, is that he wanted, and rightfully so, I believe, he wanted creative control on his character. WWE didn't want to give that up. WWE didn't want to do that. They want to have that control of the character, and the Fiend was like, you know, I'm out. And don't be surprised now if WWE doesn't try to find somebody to possibly fill the role of the Fiend, and you start seeing that gimmick maybe come back. Will it be as good as what Bray Wyatt is? No, but at the same time, I mean, remember, this is the same company that brought out the fake Razor and the fake Diesel so many years ago, and we saw how that worked out. The Roman belts, they're still going to have 2 belts. What is going? I don't know. Also, the Roman and Lesnar match unify the belts, but they're still going to have 2 belts. What is going? I don't know why. Alexander Renee Diaz, that's because NBC, which is USA Network, wants a champion on their show because they're paying millions of dollars. And Fox wants a champion on their show because they're paying millions of dollars. It comes down to the business aspect of it. And again, with these TV deals, as I said, WWE is a publicly traded company answering to shareholders. You cannot answer to a shareholder and said, hey, we lost the NBC Universal contract for TV rights because I didn't want to put another belt on another champion. And that's going to be, again, do they make up a new belt? Do they bring back an old belt? Do they, again, they added the Universal belt out of necessity because they didn't want to say Raw heavyweight champion, SmackDown heavyweight champion. It was WWE champion and Universal champion. Now you'll probably end up getting WWE champion and then bring back whatever other title that they can to bring back a second belt. But it goes back to the companies that are paying the rights for TV want champions on their shows. They don't want to have, Saturday night TBS matches. They want champions on their show to bring in the money. My old man calls AEW Jericho wrestling. Man, just the fact Jericho's doing all that is so good. Sean, invite Zaslow on your show. You know what? I know he's a big wrestling fan. I may see what we can do there. We'll see about that one. Sean, I agree that big guys draw money. The early Mexican wrestlers, El Santo, Blue Demon, etc. Although not shredded, they started heavyweight lifting, and when it wasn't even a thing, they were also agile. Blue Demon, I know it probably was not the original Blue Demon. I was fortunate enough to actually be on a card with him in Miami at the Mikasuki. Mikasuki there, they have the outside bubble venue there. We did a show there, and he was on it. I don't know if it was I doubt it was the original Blue Demon, but there was a Blue Demon there, and it was very, very good. Frank Morrow, been a WWE fan since '78. Okay. Are you a Northeast guy, or are you down here in South Florida? Frankie Fesco, favorite wrestler right now is Penta. Can't go wrong. Talked about it last night. We were talking about, so many people were like, what is the Mount Rushmore of wrestlers for you? And I think anybody that throws out any wrestlers in a way, the way pro wrestling is very opinionated, right? It's what you like. Like I said, my daughter likes the Adam Coles, the Ciampas, Garganos. She likes those littler guys to her. Those are her favorite wrestlers. For me, again, I go back further in time as well, but I'm more big guy oriented, but I do love the little guys. Nicholas, 100%. MJF right now is on fire. Probably one of the best heels. And the fact, the promo that he cut last week, just, it's one of those things with wrestling is, right? You need to blur the line. Like, I hate that guy with the promo he cut last week about, when he was, oh man, I'm drawing a blank on exactly what he said the issue was, but he made you start feeling bad. Even though you wanted to boo him, you started feeling bad for him. And ultimately, I'm sure it's going to turn into where he's going to pull one over. But the fact during that promo, people were starting to turn a little bit on Punk as far as for being that guy, right? Because that's what MJF right now can pull strings. He understands he's got the audience with the strings and he's controlling them. He's controlling the audience. He's done that well and he's learned the business that well that he totally understands that, hey, every little thing I do, right? When he came out there, he didn't come out there loud like he normally did. No, he came out, he said, cut the music. He was talking very soft, very somber, and he got into his whole shtick about everything that he went through growing up and how now he's feeling with CM Punk when he went to meet him, and CM Punk did the same thing to him that all the people that were bullying him did. And then you started thinking like, okay. And then, CM Punk tried to instigate him a little bit to try to get him, but he never changed. Right. And he just left the ring and you're just sitting there like, damn, I feel bad for that guy, but I still hate him. MJF has done that. And it's going to be interesting because I think his contract's coming up soon. Does WWE throw the bag at him? Will AEW throw the bag? And then also, what does that, because when they first started AEW, and I'm trying to find more about this. I've got a couple emails out. There was a tiered pay scale for wrestlers at AEW. If you've been in the business this long, you make this much. If you've been in the business this long, you make this much. If you've been in the business this long, you make so much. But if these guys, MJF, who's been in the business for a while on the indies, and then now, yes, newer to the TV realm of things, but he's been in the business for a while. But if you're telling me the tier for him is this, and all WWE's got to be is go, well, if all we got to do is pay more than that, Then we get MJF. Ultimately, I can see them doing that. Now, will MJF be what he is in WWE? I don't think so, because again, one of the things about AEW is if you listen to any of the interviews that any of the wrestlers do, they have creative control over their characters. They go to Tony Khan. Tony Khan says, here's your bullet points. I want you to talk about this. I want you to talk about this. I want you to talk about that. Go. Everything's not written for them. They don't have to sit there for an hour and a half reading a script or reading over what the main words are that they need to get out, or how they should stand or how they should look. All that is on them, which I think has helped a lot of the younger guys, MJF, Darby Allin, Jungle Boy. Some of these guys actually mature and grow in with the help of your Jerichos. Sammy Guevara, another one, with your helps of Jericho, Cody Rhodes, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks. When you have all them training, Dustin Rhodes coming in, Dean Malenko came over there, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard. You have so many eras of wrestling working with these young guys, and then you get that product that you see every Wednesday night. And damn it, I wish they would get more TV time. I really do. Bring back the Little Nature Boy. I was actually, Frank Fresco, I was there. I was at the James L. Knight Center when they were there, the Friday night. I went to the Friday event, not Saturday night. Oh, Nicholas Bulling. Okay, that's what I thought it was Bulling, but yeah, MJF is better. And it was a baby face, but it was one of those things. Then it's kind of the best deal ever on a microphone, Roddy Piper. Yeah, and you can see a little bit of Piper in MJF. You can see that. You can see some Piper in MJF. Am I going to SmackDown this Friday? No, I'm not. Here's one of the things, and I like going to the non-TV tapings. When you go to the TV taping, it's good. You get to see some of the better matches, but you get 7 minutes, then the lights go dark, then the lights come back on, then they go dark. There's a lot of sitting to when you're doing it at a TV taping, which again, that's what you get. And Frank just won tickets. Nice. Now listen, if you're going for free, then you go. If you get free tickets, you go. But I am not going to SmackDown this Friday. I actually wanted to try to head up to Orlando for the weekend, but that's not going to happen. But hopefully the next AEW pay-per-view, I'd like to be there because they do a great job of the fan fests and everything else there, and making the talent available to the fans. That's the other thing I think that AEW does better than WWE. They make the talent available to the fans. Again, for a charge, yes, but they do the meet and greets before the tapings, especially down here at Watsco. It was $25. You could go and you get to meet Cody, or at the time it was Britt Baker, Cody, and I believe it's FTR were the four of them. And AEW makes them readily available. And AEW, one thing AEW does, and I can account to this, they make their performers and talent more available to the media than what WWE does. AEW actually has media scrums after some of their pay-per-views. When CM Punk came to AEW, right? When he came in, they had all the media scrum to talk with him afterwards. It was on YouTube Live, and then same thing with Adam Cole. So they do a better job of making sure their talent is out there. But also, I think it goes back to who you have in charge. Tony Khan loves social media, loves podcasting, loves all that, understands all that, and understand what it means to his company, right? They actually have 4 hours of YouTube shows, AEW Dark, AEW Elevation. They use the social media aspect to their benefit. And with the Being the Elite show, you have Being the Elite actually set up a lot of angles. If you watch the Be the Elite, being the elite, I'm sorry, that at the beginning was setting up angles on AEW Dynamite. And then you had other podcasts join that. You got Sammy Guevara and now his little group. There's a whole little bunch of groups of podcasting that do stuff behind the scenes that if you watch those, now some of the stuff you're seeing on the podcast are angles on AEW Dark and Dark Elevation. But to me, AEW very much better on social media than WWE has ever been. Ever. Sean, do you think AEW will ever reach the same limits as WWE or even surpass them? Talked about this a little bit on Monday. I don't know. I don't know if they can do it with the fact that, and here's why. And I'm going by ratings, okay? Because ratings equals the money, because that brings in the TV deals, which is what these wrestling companies are going to make their money on, the TV deals. When you look at WWE right now, SmackDown is on Fox. So anybody in the world pretty much has Fox, or at least in the US, can get Channel 7, Fox, whatever, Channel 7 here, Fox, wherever else. So I kind of eliminate SmackDown from there because they're drawing 2.1 to 2.3 ratings every week. But that's also being able to be seen by many more TVs than what you see on USA, which is Raw, and NXT, and also AEW, which is TBS. The problem that AEW has right now is you see the cards they put on. You see on social media, everybody's talking about how great the cards are. The problem is it's not equating to viewership. They're barely getting 1.1. And to put that in perspective, Raw, 3 hours of life I will never get back, drew a 1.6. So that WWE product right now it's a 0.5, about 500,000 homes you're looking at right now. And even though the product on TV is probably better than what WWE is doing right now, it's not equating on viewership on, and I'm only going with USA versus TBS. Okay, I'm not throwing Fox in there because they're never going to be able to get the viewership that Fox. Now AEW needs a Hulu or a Netflix deal like WWE has right now. But again, WWE had their own network. They sold the US rights. Actually, WWE still has their network internationally. They sold the US rights to Peacock. And that brought in more money to WWE. And again, remember this about too is AEW is wrestling, right? AEW right now is a wrestling company. WWE is no longer just a wrestling company. You've got the movie aspect of it. You've got the music aspect of it. WWE is World Wrestling Entertainment. They're hitting all aspects of the entertainment. It's not just a wrestling company anymore. You know, and AEW wins the demographic though. Yeah, but is that the demographic? I know they say the 18 to 35 demographic is where it's at, but I've seen a WWE crowd, families, and I go back to what WCW and ECW did as well, okay? WWE caters to families. Why? Because if a mother and a father has to bring their 3 kids to a wrestling show, what do they do as soon as they walk in? WWE, what do? They set up a merchandise table right there. Now, all of a sudden, you're buying for 3 kids. And this is also one of the downfalls to what WWE does. But again, they are a publicly traded company. They have to answer to shareholders. They have to have the money coming in. They cater to families. Why? Because a family of 5 that comes in will spend $400 to $500 while they're there. AEW is like what ECW was. You have your maniacal fans, but how much money are they spending? They're spending money on the beer, but how much concessions are you getting? You know, that's the thing with WWE. When you sit there and you look at it, yes, you can not like their product, but they understand that if I cater to the kids, they're going to bring the whole family because the mom and dad ain't going to just take one kid to the show and get a babysitter for the other kids. No, usually you'll bring the whole family. And now that trip just costs you $500, $600. When you look at, I looked at AEW crowd when I went to the Rampage show. There were some kids there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not, but it's more like the ECW crowd. And yes, Jay, I agree. Those maniacal fans have jobs and they spend a ton of money at shows. But how much money are they spending at the shows? They're spending money on Jay. No, and Jay, you are that guy. You are that person that AEW. I mean, maybe if you, I don't know which show you went to, AEW or WWE, you go there, you get 3 shirts. But, and hopefully I say your last name right, Jay Pessin. How many of you are there in the crowd? That is what WWE does. WWE, they look at how much money they make in a show. They run the big stadiums just because they can seat 30,000, 40,000. WrestleMania probably makes up 40% of their money. And you bought 3 shirts at All Out. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I've got shirts. I got RK Bro hat. I went the last time I went. I got the AEW hat when I went there. I purchased things as well. And I'm not saying that people don't purchase things. But most of the time, parents are not telling their kids no at the table, at the merchandise table. And while the passion is more for AEW and the product, what I'm saying, though, is that the eyes and the money is in WWE. And that's just, unfortunately, the proof's in the pudding when you look at it. Now, you know what I'll do next week? I'm going to get together. There's WrestleNomics that does actually breakdowns of every little category of wrestling. I'm going to get together. I'm going to look at the monies that's been coming in and the viewership. The viewership I know every week. I look at it, I check it to see, because the way I go is if AEW starts gaining on Raw, which at the time Raw was falling back. This week they kind of went back up a little bit, which I'm not sure how or why, but it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, that's why they never turned Cena heel. 100%. Your moneymaker is not getting turned heel. And they lucked out with the Roman character because he was kind of stone coldish, where even as a heel or a face, it's going to come out the same way. He's going to get the same merchandise sales. So, how can AEW win that crowd? You think make it more PG-13? Frankie Fresco, I think if they make it more PG-13, they lose that edge. They lose the edge, right? They lose that right there. What makes AEW so good is, I think, the fact that, it comes across as they come out there and they say whatever they want to say. And Cody and Young Bucks said this before. AEW is going to do exact opposite of what WWE does. Why? Because fans don't want that. And Jay, you may be right. We got a couple more minutes and then I'm going to wrap this up. I appreciate everybody for staying on here and talking to wrestling. They might need to go to Monday nights. I don't think they want to. Maybe they move Rampage from Friday to Monday because you don't want to go against SmackDown. You don't want to go against SmackDown. Again, like I said, Fox is on any TV in the United States pretty much. So, Frank Moore, the last Mania in Orlando, I went for at least $5,000 tickets and shirts. I went to Hall of Fame, Mania, and Raw. Yeah, I mean, they do weekend packages over. International fans come here for the whole weekend. You think they do the packages for those international fans because they know they're going to buy them. They know they're going to buy them. It's WrestleMania. Everybody wants to be there. The Raw after WrestleMania has become that's the show you want to be at. The New York City, that when they took over the Fandango and they were doing it in the subways and everything else, that was when WWE was hitting there for a while. And they do that. They'll come on and you'll be like, oh, WWE's starting to get better. And then they drop back down. But also, I think it's about expectations. It's about expectations. And some people, I think the expectations for AEW, I think some people may get a little bit upset because I think there's going to be a little possible downturn because you have Adam Cole, you have CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Hangman Adam Page, Kenny Omega. Well, who else you want to go with here? Eddie Kingston, John Moxley, Wardlow, MJF. There's 8 guys. I haven't even got the tag teams yet. And a lot of other people on the roster that should probably be on there. Penta was brought up earlier. Have not even talked about him yet. You have 2 hours of TV. 2 hours of TV that people watch. The Rampage show, the best they've drawn so far has been about 500,000. That show, because the results are already posted usually before the show even airs. So, there's that. I want to thank everybody that was here today. And forgot Jericho. You're 100% correct. Again, that's the thing with everything that is with AEW. They have too much. That's what WCW did, right? The NWO came in. They started just paying everybody to be in the NWO. Didn't have enough TV time for everybody. People get upset. People get unhappy. People want to leave. That's what happens in pro wrestling because you're only as good as your last TV performance. And if you're not on TV and you're not performing, you're no good to anybody, including yourself. Ask Matt Cardona, Zack Ryder, whoever you want to do. Look what he did. I loved how he says WWE was his performance center. 100% correct. I want to thank everybody. And as the great Gordon Soley said, so long from the Sunshine State.